The term kangaroo court may have originated in Britain. In the late 1700s, British court began sentencing people convicted of various crimes to penal transportation to Australia. In the 1800s, this was sometimes referred to as the kangaroo jump. It's possible that those sentenced to transportation may have protested that they had been convicted and sentenced by a kangaroo court. Some sources suggest that the term may have been popularized during the California Gold Rush of 1849, to which many thousands of Australians flocked. In consequence of the Australian miners' presence, it may have come about as a description of the hastily carried out proceedings used to deal with the issue of claim-jumping miners. The derivation of the term is not known, although there has been speculation. It could be from the notion of justice proceeding by leaps, like a kangaroo, in other words, jumping over, intentionally ignoring, evidence that would be in favor of the defendant. An alternative suggestion is that as these courts are often convened quickly to deal with an immediate issue, they are called kangaroo courts since they have jumped up out of nowhere, like a kangaroo. Another possibility is that the phrase could refer to the pouch of a kangaroo, meaning the court is in someone's pocket.
Oh, that's pretty good.
We are by all definitions. By all definitions, especially the Australian part with how those accents come out sometimes.
That's
By
fine.
all definitions, we are in kangaroo court. Alright. How are we all feeling about this case?
So, it's alright.
I'm going with this might be bottom one. Personally, I'm feeling bottom one. I'd have to
like,
look
I
at
like
them all
the,
again, but this case gotta really, really, like, trick me into liking it at this point.
I'm going with it's not bottom one, only because at the very least it has some, like, fun characters involved with it.
Oh boy, here goes Discord.
No, yeah, there goes Discord for
Oh,
sure.
there goes Discord. Just be the robot. You're legible. It's fine.
From my perspective, you're the robot.
It's fine. Not to them.
Yeah, man, this really just happened. We've been in the call for 10 minutes.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
Because at least there's some fun characters. The defendant's a fun character. A couple of the witnesses have been alright too. Like we like Pat and Matt, whatever his name is.
Rolly.
Yeah, Pat and Wooly. Yeah.
Yeah, Pat and Wooly. Which one's the white girl?
Pat?
Yeah, all right.
Oh, I think you meant it.
You say that, but you mentioned these witnesses being good. Are there any cases that have bad witnesses?
Like fair.
I feel like the standards usually kept up pretty well. I'd have to think of the. I'd have to look at a list. Obviously, there's probably some that I've forgotten over time. That are like, yeah, whatever. But typically, the characters are not the issue in these games.
Right.
Because at worst, they're bastards that are just abhorrent time-wasting egomaniacs, which is what I love. Paige. Which one's Paige?
In
Obviously,
a character named Paige in Ace Attorney.
Yeah.
I don't think there's a Paige.
It looks familiar.
Paige, I got 0 results.
Okay, did you spell it?
I spelled it with an I.
You're funny, King Raw. You're funny, you know that? No, you're funny. All right, you're funny guy. Hats off to you. You're funny.
Oh, but I was gonna say though, we definitely had a 4-hour stream on Monday to determine nothing actually, just kind of the idea that he went a different way. We haven't even solidified this yet.
It is possibly the weakest defense I've ever heard from the prosecution, as to why he would not have done that.
Yeah, like he could have made a running jump over the hole. True. I guess.
Unlikely.
Unlikely.
Yes, the literature shut in. The nervous wreck. Uh-huh.
But
I guess we did run into this guy in this case, technically.
Yeah, but like at this point, it's pretty easy to be like, yeah, I guess he didn't do it, whatever. But it's like,
I love the.
It took a long time to get to that point. Like that could have been an hour, and then it could have been into.
We spent 8 hours.
What really happened?
We spent 8 hours.
Yeah, we spent 8 hours.
The first 4 hours of this case total, right?
Right.
The first 4 hours, we're getting to a book, or getting to find out that there was a fire, and we go, okay, cool. We then spend the next 4 hours, 3.5 hours, discussing how this guy walked down a street to no satisfying degree for us, the viewer.
No.
To which we are then the book is then brought back up, and we then ramble on for 30 minutes about the book instead of going straight to, lady, you literally own this book. It's in your house, and you are part of the jury. Why haven't we gone straight to her? Also that we can do this new mechanic, the summation examination. This game's doing a lot of meandering. Rather than like, I don't know if the other games were like this. I have no recollection. I feel like I didn't have this problem where it's like everyone's actually dumber in this game than in the other games. I feel like we got to the heart of the matter a lot quicker in the other games. Whereas this one, we're taking a lot more time for the obvious to come about and be talked about. I don't know. But we're going to do a summation examination now, and hopefully this ball starts rolling and catches on fire and launches into space.
And launches out a window and coincidentally lands in a person's hand after they've been stabbed in the back.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. All right, let's do it.
I have considered the defense counsel's request for a further summation examination of the jury.
And, I don't wanna.
And I have determined that the court must uphold the defense's judicial right to this procedure. So, counsel, you will now proceed with your second summation examination. I presume the jury is ready, Mr. Foreman?
Yeah, whatever. I hate this guy. Very good.
Very good. I always want to do the pot in Dark Souls, the wood carving. Very good.
Absolutely.
In that case, I must ask each of you now to state clearly and concisely for the court the grounds on which you find the defendant guilty of this crime.
I hate the defendant, or the defense lawyer in this case, sir. Okay. It doesn't matter what you say, you just have to say something. There are no wrong answers. The jurors' contentions. The accused left behind evidence at the scene, didn't he? Those 3 books of his.
There was some novel alternative explanation about how the victim was stabbed. I might reconsider. Even if the woman was throwing books, I can't be related to this crime if the window was closed. Can it? Oh.
You said I can't. Shit.
I didn't do it.
I can't be related to it, obviously, so we must be guilty. Yeah. Okay, even if the woman was throwing books, it can't be related to the crime if the window was closed, can it? Hey! Hey, lady who was throwing the books! Dearie me, it was only a little book. Hardly life-threatening even with a direct hit. That's not what we want to know. I hate you. Wendy Oldbag would be more cooperative. Look, I just want to get this over with. If I don't bring home some pay tonight, I'll be in a titty. I'll be in a titty bit of trouble. Oh, it's tidy. I'm sorry.
Come to think of it, we had a fire at home a while ago, and it gave me the sneezes. What?
Oh my god, he was also living in that apartment.
Yeah, what? Yes. Considerably more tangible arguments from all members of the jury this time around, it seems. What wonderful opinions across the board. 6 for 6. Such a cohesive and honorable group this much.
What noises do kangaroos make?
Hop?
No, I think it would be like a neck snapping because they like kill each other. I need like violent bone snapping and chokehold sound effects because that's what kangaroos do. All right.
With one notable exception, of course.
One.
Just one.
One. My learned student friend was unable to find fault in the previous witness testimony. The court must accept the fact that it was indeed the accused seen fleeing from the scene. And moreover, no one else was even at the scene to commit the crime.
Well, if the eyewitnesses are correct, it would seem as if the conclusion is somewhat set in stone. I fail to see how it can be argued any other way.
That means, I'm afraid, that during the summation examination, it's essential that you establish some other tangible explanation for the facts.
But how? What would even constitute a tangible explanation here?
Oh my god. Fucking ask the woman who lives in the place who owned the book.
Isn't it obvious?
I'm dying here. This is... Isn't it obvious? Who stabbed the woman and how? Those two details are all you need to provide. Simply give us a name and a method by which the attack was conducted.
Oh, and there I was thinking this might be hard.
Very hard. But Mr. Naruhodo, you have to do it. Otherwise, this really will be where the trial ends.
No pressure then. Okay, hold on. Is it just gonna fucking be that the wife threw a knife at the husband and went flying out the window and stabbed the woman in the back? Like, are we actually just at the end of this and this is all that we need to prove?
Let's hope.
Because it's like unless
What about the British people?
Unless Mystery Murderer X is about to show up in this case, we're gonna have a double investigation here.
British
right?
John and British other guy. Remember them? The bee?
Oh yeah,
You keep forgetting about the bee.
Oh,
In the jewel keeper living in a raggedy shit apartment. Oh, that's enough preamble. Oh, finally.
Proceed with the summation examination, please.
Trying.
I presume you are prepared, counsel.
No.
Oh, yes, my lord. All right, Ryunosuke. Focus your mind now. Clearly, the key to the summation examination is going to be juror number 4, the maid. Or should I say, Mrs. Garadeb?
We have a book that disappeared from the Garadeb's house on the evening of the incident. And the 4th book found in the victim's hand.
There must be a way to link the two. Yes. That's what we have to find. Using every technique I've learned in my short career so far, Whatever it takes.
Oh, don't forget to keep an eye on Mrs. Garadeb and how she reacts, even to the things other people say.
Right.
Okay, right. So now we're gonna just pit them together on pit them against each other on reactions here. All right. The defense's rebuttal. The accused left behind evidence at the scene, didn't he? Those 3 books of his.
But as we now know, there were 4 books, not 3.
I don't care. Okay, yeah, that's cool. And we got the... Alright, neat. Well, what difference does it make?
There's every possibility that the 4th book, in fact, belongs to the defendant's landlord.
Yes, that's the part I have a problem with.
Sorry.
Well, at the point that woman was stabbed, this landlord fellow was at home, wasn't he? Enjoying a fiery scrap with his wife or something, you said.
That's not exactly how I put it. No.
Well, anyway. Fuck you. The point is, the fellow and his wife were somewhere else when it happened. I think that's what you call a strong alibi. Though it couldn't have been the landlord who did it. Which only leaves the Nipponese fellow. Honestly, I can't see what all this palaver's about. It's a done deal, isn't it?
I suppose it is. Since I've nothing witty left to say.
If there was some novel...
Yeah, I know. It threw me off too when I read it. It was,
Alternative.
I was like, if there's some novel alternative.
Huh? If there was some novel alternative explanation about how the victim was stabbed, I might reconsider.
Hold it. So, you might be willing to change your decision. You mean?
No.
Oh my, such delight on your face. But I'm afraid I shan't be swayed by emotion.
Oh, really?
Despite what you may think of me, I'm a very modern, metropolitan, and rational woman. That's great.
That's great.
If one reads the morning papers, it's all forgotten by tea time, isn't it? So, why read them in the first place?
What?
As you got a point. You see, modern, metropolitan, and rational thinking, wouldn't you say?
Yeah.
And not at all extreme. As I see it, an overwhelmingly suspicious Japanese man has been implicated by overwhelmingly strong testimony. So, despite 1 or 2 minor puzzlements, I do declare that the man is overwhelmingly guilty. Modern, metropolitan, and rational logic, wouldn't you say? Overwhelmingly. But us modern gals are always delighted to embrace new fads, you know?
Yaru.
yeah. So I'd be only too happy to consider an exciting new theory if you could come up with one.
Alright, he didn't do it.
I'd be happy to do that too. Okay.
Let's do our very best not to disappoint the modern and metropolitan young lady.
Right. I'm glad you admitted rational there.
Rational. Even if the woman was throwing books, it can't be related to the crime if the window was closed, can it?
I suppose this is also the thing we need to establish.
No, we're gonna pit these two. We're gonna pit 3 and 4 against
yeah.
each other right now.
Yeah.
Hold it. Well, was it?
But what about the possibility that the window was open? What about it? I mean, there's just no way it could have.
That's a
There's
happy
just no way
chap.
it could have been.
Look at his fucking face.
Yeah, I see. How can you be so sure? prosecutor fellow over there said it earlier, didn't he? Winters in London are no joke. You don't want to invite that sort of cold indoors. So no, that window wasn't open. Us Londoners like sitting by the fire and staying warm, see? But you couldn't categorically state that the window wasn't open, could you? It just wasn't. That wouldn't have been. They wouldn't have opened it. Then what's the point in even having windows, huh? Counsel, you will kindly refrain from such childish bickering. Sorry. Somehow, I need to show there's an undeniable possibility that the window was open. Because this young man isn't going to budge otherwise.
Oh my god, like the book fucking flew out the window. If it was happening at the same time, how else would the fucking burned book have gotten out of there? Window had to be open. These people are stupid. I hate you. Deary me, it was only a little book, hardly life-threatening even with a direct hit.
Hold it! What about that knife you threw?
What about that knife?
But that little book was on fire at the time, was it not?
With flames of love, I'll have you know.
There's really no such thing as a loving incendiary bomb.
It is pretty funny that, like, she has no guy to slap.
Yeah.
It's the same animation, so the other guy just has to move out of the way. Well, he brought it upon himself. It's playing with fire to betray a fiery love. Isn't it? Well, don't you agree?
Well, any kind of betrayal is certainly a bad thing. Yes. But I think the argument might have arisen out of your misunderstanding, Mrs. Garrett.
I'm going to throw a knife at you! Never you mind that. The point is, we were just having a jovial little dispute, nothing more. God. And I won't have any more of these suggestions that it was anything whatsoever to do with the crime. That it was anything whatsoever. Yeah, okay.
Well, we'll see about that. What about juror number 5?
He doesn't
seem to be turning a hair at Mrs. Garrideb's relentless onslaughts.
It's almost as though he's used to it. What a gentle soul he is. Abused soul. Look, I just want to get this over with. If I don't bring home some pay tonight, I'll be in a tidy bit of trouble.
Hold it! You just want to get this over with. How can you sit there and say something like that? A man's future is at stake here.
Well, him and me both then, like I said before.
What?
I told you already. I'm a day laborer, aren't I? If I don't bring home some Reddies with me tonight, Reedies, you'll find me floating face down in the... What was this? How do you pronounce this made-up river again? Thames?
Thames.
The Thames. You know what? I don't respect it enough. You'll find me floating down in the Thames tomorrow morning.
What?
You heard me. My missus isn't one to mess about, you know. She can be fierce, believe you me.
Another shining example of marital bliss, then.
Situation like this cropped up the other day. It was, You know, it's funny, but I can't quite remember.
Sorry.
It was too frightening, that's the thing. I must have blocked it out.
Helpful.
I wonder if Mr. Beate will ever be dragged into the Thames by his scarf.
Don't even go there, Mr. Sato.
I want to see him dead, Ryunosuke.
There must be some way to jog his memory about this.
Aww. Come to think of it, we had a fire at home a while ago. It gave me the sneezies.
Hold it! What did you mean by that? Does that have anything to do with your decision about the defendant's culpability in this case?
What?
Sorry, what's that? You'll have to speak up, lad. Could you tell us more about the fire? It was last winter. My grandchildren baked me a lovely cake on my birthday. Oh, it had 75 candles on top, it did. What a sight to behold it was. You put candles on a cake? Was it some kind of devil worship? Of course not. It was an angel cake. To celebrate my birthday, obviously.
It seems that's a common custom here in Great Britain, Mr. Naruhodo.
Anyway, I mustered all my puff to blow them out. Only I must have blowed wrong somehow. The flames didn't go out, but candles went flying all over the room.
Okay.
The furniture caught, and everything went up. The whole place was filled with smoke.
So we had to
So
open the
much that
window.
Had to open the window.
The window.
And definitely sounds like devil worship to me. And by the sneezes, I presume you mean a cold. But how did you catch a cold from a fire? Well, you see, smoke makes you sneeze, you idiot.
Yeah.
What a fiasco it was. The grandchildren, bless them, threw water over me as they tried to put out the flames. And then, because the whole room had filled up with smoke, of course, we had to open all the windows to clear it.
Wait a minute.
Wait a minute, that window.
Wait a minute, that testimony. God.
The window.
The window. God.
The biting winter air rushed over me like the devil dancing on the grave did.
Yeah, that's not. I don't care.
For a while.
Shut up.
Hurry. I knew it was devil worship all along. Something about the old man's story.
Yeah, I wonder why.
Kind of my mind for some reason.
Susato, I don't care what you have to say. Okay.
Yeah.
Hurry up, please.
Say what, man?
Okay, a lot of them seem convinced that they're right, even in the face of logical arguments to the contrary. Yes, I know. Yeah.
I'm a strike.
Alright. The window just couldn't have been open when there was fire, dude.
It just doesn't make any sense.
It just doesn't make any fucking sense, dude.
These two jurors' statements clearly contradict one another. They do. How exactly, counsel? Don't point it at me again. I told you, it wasn't me. I did say that as him.
You did say that. That's true.
What's that you say? Speak up, lad. Speak up.
I'm screaming.
Juror number 3. Do you see? Oh, me? See what, sir? Did you hear juror number 6's account of his birthday celebration last year?
No.
It seems, despite being a Londoner, he once opened his windows in the middle of winter. Well, yes, of course, because it was an emergency. I mean, obviously, if the room was filled with smoke from a fire, then you'd be mad not to open the... forgive me, I 1,000 unpardonable sins. Exactly. On the day in question, at the time of the incident, there was a fire in the Garadeb household.
No, there wasn't!
And Mr. Garadeb had the following to say about it. The whole place filled with smoke.
Oh my.
Oh, my hat!
Damn. Fucking what button is it? I have 400 buttons here.
Juror number 4! Do you have something to say about that?
Fuck you!
Mrs. Garadeb.
Oh, dearie me! What is the meaning of this? How dare you imply that I'm hiding who I really am?
It's imperative that you confirm something for the court.
What is this guy, this gimmick here of her trying to be someone else at this point? It's so fucking weird.
So please, it's time to drop the pretense now.
What is it?
When the fire started in your house that day, did you or your husband open the window?
I beg your pardon. What are you insinuating?
The room would have been thick with smoke after the carpet and bookcase caught on fire as they did. In a situation like that, it's inconceivable that you wouldn't have opened the window.
And what if we did?
And a fucking book went flying through it. You don't. He's gonna kill you.
God, I feel like in like the original trilogy, they would have just talked, like, they would talk through all the obvious shit and then hit you with the brain destroyer of like, wait, what? Like, this is the stuff that you get through in like 10 fucking minutes, not mechanics for it. Huh? Oh, all right then. Yes, you're right. My husband was frantically trying to open the window, which can't have been easy since I continued to give him a justly deserved book battering.
Even though your house was on fire.
He cheated on me, I'll kill him! You hear that, Judge? I promise I'm going to kill him!
And I've killed before.
And I'll kill all of you too! Don't you cross me. Oh, you never stop throwing until the anger subsides. It would be terribly bad for the nerves to do otherwise. Those 2 great sentences.
Of course. I should have realized.
That's a significant step forward, Mr. Naruhodo. We've managed to establish that the window was open finally. We simply must have that added to Mrs. Garadeb's formal statement. Now that you mention it, yes, the window was open at the time. I'd clean forgotten, but it's true.
Hold it!
The 4th book, found at the scene of the crime, shows very obvious signs of fire damage.
Shows very obvious signs of being thrown out of a window from your house.
And the title of the book is The Lion's Pride. The same title, in fact, as the book that Mr. Garadeb told us he had been reading.
Well, I really couldn't say.
On the day in question, did you or did you not throw at your husband the copy of The Lion's Pride that he had been reading?
I did. Oh, you remember what fucking book you threw? Okay. You're just checking the titles, making sure it hurt him the most because he liked that one. Alright, fair. It was the first thing I could lay my hands on, so I hurled it straight at him! And now you come to mention it, yes! He was rather enjoying reading it, you're right. I wish it was completely destroyed then. He can still read some of it.
Why did you not reveal this information to the court from the outset?
Because I couldn't, you insolent little man! I didn't remember! At times like that, you pick up and throw whatever you can lay your hands on, as well you know!
I really don't.
Fuck you! I barely noticed I was throwing a book, much less the title of it.
Take over for a sec, Alex. Discord's bugging out.
Alright. I barely noticed I was throwing a book, much less the title of it.
Excuse me.
What is it, juror member 5? Oh. You know something? I remember what it was. That memory I'd blocked out. Okay.
Whose robotic memories are these?
It was listening to that granny. It was listening to what this granny was saying. Brought it all flooding back. Who are you calling a granny, you cheeky devil? I'm Mrs. Garadeb, or the maid. I'll have you know. The man doesn't even flinch. Please tell me that's not because he's so used to being hit all the time. It was about 2 weeks ago now. I just got back home after work, like. I put my hand in my pocket for the wages I just earned that day, and I nearly died. There was a hole. Every last penny had dropped out. That sucks.
Oh dear, what a disaster.
You haven't heard the half of it, boy.
Oh?
The wife was cutting up some chicken at the time. I could hardly get the words out, but I told her straight. I've lost the day's wages, love. Next thing I knew, the blade was whistling past my ear. Stuck into the wall next to me, it did. About an inch deep. Okay. Did all of you commit this crime? What is happening? What are you? Like, there's no way this isn't about to be. It's his wife's fucking murder weapon.
It's either going to be that it's his wife's, or they're going to establish the idea of a wife throwing a knife at a husband and be like, hey, Mrs. Garadeb, did you throw a knife at your husband?
Yeah. Okay. Ease.
No words. Just terror.
I could smell it then, you know. That god-awful stench of the Thames. I was sure I was gonna end up face down in the muddy banks that night, I could tell you. Ugh. Now, that's a real disaster, isn't it?
I'll never use the word lightly again.
Anyway, the point I'm trying to make is this. When women lose their rag, they'll throw anything at you. Knives, hatchets, hammers, you name it. Mr. Naruhodo, you mustn't think that all women are so short-tempered and unrefined.
No, I wasn't thinking that.
Good. Throwing household objects at people is... well, it's so uncivilized. Just throw them.
Yeah, you only just throw people at household objects.
Yeah, at least attack with honor, using a bow or the like.
What? Attack? Who are you going to attack?
You. Never mind. Anyway, this man's words could be rather significant, I think. Alright.
Alright. We'll come back to the bow and arrow thing later. If I dare.
Uh-huh.
Garadeb, did you kill your husband? Did you try to kill your husband? Yeah.
Nope. Oops, leap in logic. I'm sorry, but as a foreman of the jury, I have to object. That's complete nonsense.
What?
I'm a banker, don't forget. An educated man. And there's no contradiction as far as I can see. That's fine.
Quite so, Mr. Foreman. Wax TV bailiff.
I will not permit a whimsical attack against the good, parentheses, evil members of the jury. Alright, that's fine.
There was nothing whimsical about it. True.
Oh, you know what? I've been punished for not pressing the new information.
Oh, you didn't press the information.
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Okay. My bad.
Hold it!
Your wife really threw a kitchen knife at you. Your wife.
My wife did that. That's right. She was chopping meat with it. Had a tidy edge on it, believe me. Still, it's all memories, isn't it? It started with that smile she threw at me when we were courting. Since then, the list of things she's thrown at me has grown along with our relationship. There was a cup, then a glass, then a pot, a kettle, a chair, a wardrobe, a cooker, a bathtub.
Your wife must be even beefier than you.
Yeah, that's the best part. Things came to a head last week when she threw me right into the Thames. Like T-E-M-S, yeah?
Yeah, the Thames.
The Thames.
Like
Thames. Like Temmie. Ha!
I was thinking about it. It was like, Toby Fox once tweeted out, "It's like my face when I found out how the Thames is pronounced." Just a picture of Temmie.
Thames.
The Thames.
Still, she's not so bad when she's calmed down. She's a little sweetheart, really. Oh, that's so nice.
I'm so happy for you.
You want to know what I think? I think this whole idea of ladies first that we're so obsessed with in this country was thought up by some clever lads who had been tossed in the Thames a few too many times by their wives. Okay?
That's a very interesting theory.
Very interesting. What a terrible thought. Wow.
On the face of it, this juror's statement just sounds like a really extreme anecdote. But I think it might turn out to be an extremely powerful weapon.
Okay.
A weapon I might be able to use to make the jurors accept their alternative theories.
Alright. Oh, you had a thing I could repress also. I'm not doing that. Alright.
It might be 5 against 2.
Yeah.
I think she wanted an alternative. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Alright.
Objection.
Alright, juror number 4 threw a knife out the window and killed this woman.
Those two statements clearly have a deeply significant connection. Good grief! You mean they don't contradict each other? Explain, counsel, at once! Juror number 2, do you think, perhaps, that this could be one such novel alternative? Oh my, whatever do you mean? An alternative explanation as to how the victim was stabbed in the back.
What are you talking about?
We've demonstrated that the 4th book, The Lion's Pride, that was found at the scene of the crime, originated in Mr. Garadeb's room on the top floor of his house. Therefore, it's equally possible that some other object beside the book could have found its way from the Garadeb household to the street below.
What's that now?
After all, Mrs. Garadeb could have thrown any number of different objects at her husband. Isn't that right, juror number 4?
What are you insinuating now, you little beanpole?
I'm beginning to think that, ever since the true origins of this book came to light, perhaps she's had a feeling this might be what happened.
Now you listen here, you Eastern Gala. As the foreman of this jury, I demand a straight answer. You give us this yarn about some other object making its way out of the house, but what? What is it? No, that's a good one.
I'm really taking a big gamble here.
Bust.
That was a bold accusation to make, but I haven't any real evidence to back it up. But I'm certain that at the very least this warrants further investigation. Alright, Mr. Foreman. I'll try to explain the defense's theory. The other object that found its way from the Garadeb household to the scene of the crime was...
Jackknife.
Take that!
Juror number 4, Mrs. Garadeb.
What? What now? I'm trying to ignore you!
I must apologize in advance for this. But I need you to confirm something else for the court.
God, I hope this woman accidentally stabbed this other woman.
This knife. Have you ever seen this knife before? Good Lord, Counsel! What on earth are you doing?
Shut up, Judge! This is the best part!
That's the weapon that was lodged into the victim's back, man.
Yeah!
My lord, remember that the victim was attacked. Remember that when the victim was attacked, Mr. and Mrs. Garadeb were in the throes of an argument. Mrs. Garadeb was hurling anything she could at her husband, who'd been backed up against the window. A window that had been opened to clear the smoke, and through which a book sailed to land at the crime scene.
You can't seriously believe that. The book? The book was found in the victim's grasp.
Are you saying that it flew out the window and across the street to land neatly in her hand?
She picked it up.
She picked it up.
She picked it up, and then a knife flew into her fucking back.
Yeah, she picked up the knife and threw it back.
Huh? Even my missus hasn't got a name like that.
Yes, I admit. There are many details we don't yet understand. But that's the point. That's precisely why. We must not allow this trial to end. Not right now. Oh my! Mrs. Garadeb, your answer, please. Have you seen this knife before or not?
Dies. Woohoo! We've done it! One down, 5 to go!
Zeke's, I'm guessing.
My lord. Or maybe just someone going,
I
oh, my lord!
I wish to change my decision. I'm a woman of my word, after all.
Oh, right, this mechanic.
Thank you, madam.
The whole reason we're doing this. Yes, I agree. I certainly didn't see this coming, but... I just don't think it would be right for this trial to come to an end now with so many unanswered questions, despite me hating the ever-living shit out of you, Naruhodo. I'm gonna kill you one day in a carriage.
Mr. Foreman.
Fuck you. I'd have to agree. Not that I think the granny did it, mind.
Yes, you know what? I'm not quite happy about this at the moment either.
All together now, ladies and gents.
We did it!
Oh, congratulations, Mr. Naruhodo.
So, as a result of the defense's summation examination, a number of jurors leaning have changed. 2 jurors call guilty against 4 now calling innocent. Accordingly, the opinion of this court is divided. And this trial will continue. Now then, Lord Van Zeeks, how does the prosecution wish to proceed?
I don't know. I'm gonna get drunk, I guess.
Like, obviously. Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
Rapidly.
rapidly, dude. Yeah. We didn't start there. This trial is rapidly descending into a farce. Like a corked wine, the first few sips are bitter enough. But what follows is so repugnant it's good for nothing save the gutter. If I may, Lord Van Zeeks, you shut your mouth. The defense has just put forward a credible alternative explanation for what happened. Credible? Is that your considered opinion, Mr. Foreman? The defense's argument is a joke to which I barely know how to respond. But let me start by insisting that you must all familiarize yourselves better with the relative positions of those places being discussed.
What do you mean by that? What's his angel this time?
It should already be more than apparent that between the crime scene and the Garadeb household runs a rather wide street, Briar Road. Which means that the distance from the Garadeb's house to the scene is, yes, 15 yards.
He's not about to fucking say that you couldn't throw a knife 15 yards from the third floor of a building, is he?
I think he's about to... no, he's a fucking... He says whatever the fuck he wants, dude. This guy loves bringing physics into play here. Reasonably, but, you know, this is like pre-good math physics, so... Let me see. 15 yards. That's around 14 meters.
14 meters? Oh, that's a little farther than I'd imagined.
And, as you ladies and gentlemen of the jury rightly noted as having pretentious significance, the fourth book was found in the victim's clutches. In other words, the smoldering book, wantonly hurled by the lady of the house, traveled some 15 yards, to land on the opposite side of the road, neatly between the collapsed victim's fingers and thumb. Is that your final conclusion, my learned and deluded friend?
You know she was a book nerd. Like, she would have picked up a book.
And did the jackknife follow a near identical trajectory to plunge into the middle of the victim's back? This fantasy is somewhat stretching the notion of having a bad day for the victim, I think. Even those pathetic serialized detective stories have more believable plots.
There's nothing I can say to that.
That prosecutor loves the sound of his own voice.
Mr. Sato.
Serialized detective stories are pathetic, are they? How dare he?
Oh. Maybe let's pick our battles here.
My lord, might I be allowed to speak?
Oh, I should talk to Zeeks. As judicial assistant, you may speak for the defense. Yes. Go ahead.
The prosecution may consider the idea a fantasy, but what the defense has postulated was believable enough to persuade the jury to change its leaning. And as such, the court has a duty to explore this alternative explanation as thoroughly as possible. To that end, to that end, juror number 4, Mrs. Joanne Garadeb must be called to testify and submit to cross-examination.
The saints alive! A cross-examination of a juror?
Maybe we should rework our judicial system and screen the jurors. Yeah. I'm still, yeah.
Ota, ota, ota. Well, this is highly irregular. It is is unprecedented for a member of the jury to be summoned to the witness stand.
Objection!
You know what? You should object to that one, actually, Zeeks. That's a good objection.
And unnecessary.
Lord Van Zeeks!
There are already witnesses in the stand whose testimony the defense may further cross-examine. My learned friend's farcical theory has any truth in it, then both a burning book and a jackknife must have flown through the sky before this couple's eyes. And we must assume they would be able to testify accordingly.
I mean, they didn't claim to see the woman fall over, did they?
Yeah, they did.
Oh, they did. Okay.
I think so.
That's right, they did. They did say there was a figure behind her.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Huh. What say you, witnesses?
I'll make up some more stuff. That sounds fun.
Yes, sir. Constable Beate reporting for duty, sir.
Well. Good morning, officer.
Sorry for dozing until now, sir. I haven't slept for a month on account of a villain who's appeared on my beat, sir.
Oh, they are so heroic, these London bobbies.
Patricia, my darling, I've been neglecting you, but no more.
I'm quitting my job. Oh, Rolly, my hero, you make me swoon. Very, very cute. That's just beautiful.
Very well. I hereby reject the defense's request.
Fuck you. Oh God, I don't want to be. I don't like that being said to me. Oh.
And order the witnesses in the stand to testify again. State forthwith before the court any details pertaining to the defense's alternative explanation of events.
Well, this is weird. All right.
Yes, sir.
Maybe he'll actually talk this time. Witness testimony. Constable Beate's report. He's gonna talk this time.
This case has nothing to do with Mr. and Mrs. Garrideb. Believe me, a London Bobby is good for his word. You see, sir, the windows on the top floor of the Garrideb house are top-hinged casements.
Okay. Obviously, if anything had been thrown out of the window, he would have seen it. I did leave the scene to go and fetch help, but my trusty Rolly was there to make sure nothing was disturbed.
I didn't take my eye off the crime scene for one moment, sir. Nothing strange to report on that front, sir.
Didn't you fall asleep in the snow?
Well, this is quite startling. Top-hinged casement windows.
That detail was not in the police report, Constable.
Yes, sorry about that. I must have been a little drowsy.
You cannot excuse your sins with drowsiness every time, Constable. Damn it. If only.
No, sir. Sorry, but what exactly is a top-hinged casement window?
And you. You cannot excuse your ignorance with such trite remarks, my learned friend. I just got here. I don't even have a house yet.
Of course. Sorry.
I've found it, Mr. Naruhodo. Cast your mind back to the windows in Mr. and Mrs. Garrideb's room.
All right. I'll try.
Impressive. So the window opens in order to allow air to circulate inside the house. Oh.
Okay. Okay.
But as it's a top-hinged casement window, it swings open along the upper edges, you see. I'm glad you've rectified your ignorance. A casement window's most prominent feature is its stay. A metal bar which prevents the window from being opened beyond a certain amount.
It prevents it opening? This is all news to me. Absolutely correct, sir. In other words, if a book or a knife were to have been thrown through the open window, it would have clattered against the pane and fallen straight down to the pavement below. No!
You see the problem then? Good. Your education in Windows is complete. There was never any possibility of either the
You
book...
may now use Excel.
Yeah. There was never any possibility of either the book or the knife traveling 15 yards over the road. That is, unless the window pane had been shattered. Something we've discounted already.
Right. That can't be.
Oi, someone call mate. The bee guy flies
Yeah, the
in.
bee guy shows up.
Did you see that, Rolly? That young Japanese man just collapsed in agony. It was awesome. Oh.
Oh, yes, my darling, I saw it. I saw how he crumbled before me.
Oh, Rolly, you're so strong.
How is this happening?
Unfortunately, this game doesn't have Larry Butts. Because this is the part where Larry jumps down and saves us.
Right, yeah.
We don't have
true.
that in this game.
No, yeah, it's true.
We don't have a Clown God McGee. Clown
It's
Kangaroo
true. Like,
God
it is
Butts.
100%. Like, we even lost the fucking inspector guy that was with our honor side, right?
Yeah.
They didn't show up in this case. I
Yeah.
haven't even started the cross-examination yet, and already my argument's been destroyed. Counsel, if you could drag yourself upright again, the court awaits your cross-examination. My lord. Oh, good. Another desperate situation.
All of his buttons are minus.
So at least this is a somewhat exciting development.
Yeah.
I suppose I would make the argument if I was in the situation. She could have been standing directly below the window and got across the street before passing out. It's not like the knife killed her, right?
They saw her collapse.
Right, so it's like she starts walking forward because the knife fell in her back, and she's like, "Oh, what the
Okay, sure.
I don't know. Right, she stumbles a bit, and she collapses in front of them after having crossed the street. Right, potential possibility. Probably not what's gonna be the explanation. But,
they were pretty clear on it being that she was walking towards them, right?
Sure.
Not that she was coming across the street.
No, that's a good
This
point.
case has nothing to do with Mr. and Mrs. Garadeb. Believe me, a London Bobby is good for his word.
Hold it!
I don't believe in London Bobbies. He just
How can you
goes,
say that for
just disappears.
certain?
Deny the kingdom of heaven. Ah!
Oh, very good question, sir. And the answer is this. It has the noble founding principles of the Force written on it as a reminder to all us policemen of our sworn duty.
Like in Star Wars? He showed us that before, didn't he?
Did he? I can't say I remember. To patrol the streets of London town and uphold the peace of the common man. It's what the job's all about. That is why I can stand here today beside my long-suffering wife and tell you a Bobby's good for his word. While rubbing my tired eyes admittedly, sir.
Oh, Rolly, you're so manly.
course I am, my darling Patricia. Oh, Pat.
Oh, Rolly. Oh, so that's just beautiful.
What are you, a ship cuck, Alex?
Yeah, the ship cuckery. No, Patricia's made for me. No. No, a female's on screen. How can she be near another man? No.
No. None of this is
dude,
what I meant.
That's peak incelery. Hope none of you are like that, right? You wouldn't be jealous of a fictional man and a fictional woman being together, right?
I meant, how can you say for certain that this case has nothing to do with Mr. and Mrs. Garradab?
It's fuck you, that's why.
Ah, I see, sir. You should have said so earlier, sir. Yeah, well... so could you answer the question? And that was a waste of time, then. Absolutely, sir. I will answer to the fullest of my ability, sir. There's a surprising reason why Mr. and Mrs. Garradeb's domestic dispute can't be related to the case. But before I get into that, sir, just one thing. Yes?
He just dies.
I'd very much like you and all your countrymen to understand the great British institution of Scotland Yard. So I hope you'll take back some tales of us London bobbies and how we uphold our guiding principles.
Sorry, everyone's gonna be more romanticizing the samurai. It can't be helped. What the fuck? I don't know what a London bobby is. You know what I know is the thing is though? Samurai. You don't carry around cool swords. You carry around stupid little short sticks. It's lame. And you're British.
I wasn't planning on going back just yet. I've only just arrived here.
Oh boy.
So to that end, sir, I'd be happy to lend you my warrant card for your perusal. But I must warn you, you won't be able to get through it without shedding a few tears.
Thank
you.
Thanks. Thanks,
Bye.
really. No, really, that's great. This seemingly unnecessary thing. Finally, something interesting. Warrant card, a small folding wallet that identifies London bobbies and contains the rules of conduct to which they must adhere. Alright, it's 2 pages long. Cool. Principles of policing. Item 1. A policeman will strive to preserve the peace within his allotted beat. Okay. Item number 2. A patrolling officer is expected to walk 20 miles around his beat every day for the furtherance of community relations. Seems extreme. Metropolitan police regulations. Item number 1. Any crimes fall under the jurisdiction of the beat in which they are discovered. Okay. Item number 2. When a crime is discovered on his beat, a policeman must assist with initial investigations and help detectives.
Didn't cry.
Yeah, and in fact, I need some eye drops. My eyes are so dry. Okay, thank you for that critical information.
Like, we know it wasn't his beat.
We do
So
know
I guess
that.
might come up, but yeah.
Alright, you see Saw, the windows on the top floor of the Garradeb's house are top hinged casements, so let's talk about that again, even though we already talked about it.
By which you mean they don't open fully. Is that correct? Yes, sir!
I need a pedal right now, I'm trying to stretch. I'm gonna put my mouse on the floor.
They're just there to allow a bit of air in through the house. You see, they're restricted as to how much they open.
And therefore, anything thrown out of the window from inside the room. would shrimply strike the pane and fall to the street directly below. For clarity, allow me to mark the map.
That's pretty nice, thank you. I mean,
I love the marks getting mapped. Here is the location where the objects would have fallen.
okay, but there was
They
a
were all on the
skateboard
wrong
ramp.
side of the street. Everyone was on the wrong side of the street, clearly.
Yes. Directly opposite the scene of the crime on the other side of the rather wide road. That was a wild
We're losing it. British got us
That feels
acting,
so hard for
got our
somebody
tongues
to mention
twisting.
This top hinged casement thing before.
No, like, the case wasn't about this until we made it about this.
Well, I have another question for you, Constable. And what would that be, sir? How do you even know? Why would you have any idea what sort of windows Mr. and Mrs. Garrideb's house is furnished with? Well, sir, that's very shrimple. You see, I helped with the investigation yesterday. Wow.
Lady, do not come on the witness stand.
Excuse me.
Gaza. Do you have something to add, Mrs. Beate?
Sorry.
Well, delighted. Is there some particular reason for that?
Oh, I was just remembering, that's all. We really were so lucky.
Lucky? What do you mean?
Well, of course I feel terrible for the poor woman who was attacked. Don't misunderstand me, please. But we were just so lucky it didn't happen on Rolly's beat. It was so close, you see.
Uh-huh. Okay, I see where this is going. Oh, I hadn't realized. They moved it because it was his day off. And so they made it somebody else's problem. So it would be somebody else's beat.
Whoa, yeah. Aw.
It's gonna be like the road is where the beat line is.
Yeah, that's what
She
she's
was like-
saying. Literally,
Yeah,
she's
yeah,
saying that
exactly,
right now.
exactly. Yeah.
Oh yes, that street, Briar Road. That's the boundary between Rolly's beat and the next one. Isn't that right, my love? You're saying Rolly's beat is the Garrideb's house side then? Is that yeah.
Yeah, so
it has
it's
to
gonna be they found the body. He goes, fuck, it's my fucking day off. I'm with my wife after 10 goddamn years, right?
Yeah.
Honey, go get the officer whose beat this is. She leaves, and he brings it over to the other side of the road.
Yeah.
And, like, she doesn't realize it. In her
Yeah.
mind, her husband's a hero. He didn't really do anything too wrong, but it's still like, buddy, that's pretty bad.
No, this is,
Yeah.
this is a staple. This is a classic Ace Attorney staple.
It
I
was my
fucked with the
fucking day-
crime scene.
Yeah, it was my fucking day off, man. Constable Beate.
What? That's a new one.
Yes, that's right. That's the reason I was helping out with interviewing the occupants of the Garrideb household yesterday. Their house is on my beat, you see, saw. That really was cutting it close then.
Right, so I think we are leading to the knife chipped on the window then, even though it was weird, even though that's one clean chip, but
Yeah.
yeah,
But it would also explain why I didn't like kill her
yeah,
if the tip broke off in the windows bill.
yeah.
Yeah.
Constable, I wonder if you could clarify something. If the Garrideb household is on your beat, does that mean that the pavement next to it is as well?
Outside Mr. Garrideb's house? Yes, ma'am. The pavement on that side of the road is part of my beat. I see. I was unaware of that.
Just think. If the woman had been attacked just on the other side of Briar Road, we would have never been able to go for that meal to celebrate our wedding anniversary. But that's the life of a Bobby after all.
Extraordinary people are bobbies, tirelessly working for the benefit of all Londoners.
Do you know what I think? I think it was the good Lord's way of rewarding my Rolly for all his hard work. Don't you think so, my darling?
That must be it. Pat, my love. That must be it.
No. That must be it, Pat, my love. That must be it. Sure, yes, absolutely. It was God's doing.
I think perhaps we should make sure we have that information officially on record.
Leave it to me, Mr. Naruhodo. I'll take care of it immediately.
I like this post a lot. The slaps the book. Got it. Finger up.
Now it's my turn, I think. Obviously, if anything had been thrown out of the window, we would have seen it. Let's look at this thingy. What got updated? Yeah, okay. The pavement where the victim was found lies just outside Constable Beate's beat, the border of which runs down the middle of the road. Okay.
Hold it!
We would have seen it.
But according to my notes here, the sun had gone down already, and it was dark.
Oh, but Rolly and I were strolling along, gazing at the night sky and looking for our lucky star. Star.
Sorry.
A star that will guide us to eternal happiness. Is this about to... Is this about to be our clue for what fucking direction they were moving?
Oh, that'd be fun.
That's fun.
Can it guide you to answer the question? If the flaming book had cut across the sky in front of us, it would have lit up like a shooting star.
And if I'd seen a shooting star, I would have made a wish upon it. That Rolly be an inspector, I would have said. 3 times at least.
Of course, with the smog and everything, we couldn't actually see any stars.
In short, are you trying to say that neither a book nor a knife crossed the sky before you?
Yes, sir! That is correct, sir! As sure as the night sky in London is starless, sir!
Sucks. Apparently there's a meteor shower that's going on for like a whole month.
Then it's guaranteed to be overcast outside.
And it has been.
No. Every time a fucking celestial event happens, like, without fucking fail, it's overcast outside. Remember we saw the Broly movie, and we went outside and the moon was red. That was it. That's the only time we've ever gotten to see a celestial event.
Yeah.
It certainly seems like they're telling the truth.
Oh, and yeah, I think last night in particular, there's a meteor shower happening, but then the other thing was that to the south, or the northeast, I think it was Mercury and Mars lined up in the sky, so it looked like they were conjoined. Something like that. And I'm like, oh, that's cool.
That is really
but
cool.
can't see shit.
You can't see shit. It really seems like they're telling the truth.
And then we saw the poor woman fall to the ground, so we ran straight over to help her.
Yeah, I guess Pat's not lying, though, so we do have to figure this part out.
I did leave the scene to go and fetch help, but my trusty Rolly was there to make sure nothing was disturbed.
Hold it!
Doubt.
Yes, you said that you went to a nearby police box to fetch another officer. Is that right?
That's right, yes. If it had been on Rolly's beat, I would have known exactly where I was going, of course.
Don't feel bad, my love. You can't be expected to know the location of every police box on every beat.
No, she got lost. You know, she was preoccupied. He could have moved it. Yeah. So, Rolly told me the way. Only, I sort of got a little lost on the way.
Patricia, my darling, that's why I loved you.
Me holding Zorro so close.
Yeah, your terrible sense of direction is bewitching to me.
And allowed me to get away with fucking up with the crime scene.
Oh, what?
Oh, Rolly. Wow. Oh, please.
Oh, please.
So I suppose I was gone for about 15 minutes. Like I said, my Rolly was at the scene the whole time, making sure nothing was disturbed.
I was off duty at the time, but a true Bobby is never really off duty, sir.
That sucks. I didn't take my eyes off the crime scene for one moment, sir. Nothing strange to report on that front, sir.
Hold it! Nothing to report. That's correct, sir. I had my eyes open the entire time. Never looked away for a second.
So why didn't you go after the guy who ran away, out of curiosity, Rolly? Did we talk about this yet?
No one else approached the scene, and nothing was removed from it. I can swear to that on the yard's honor, sir. Really? That seems a little strange. Beg your pardon, sir. Strange, sir. Seems altogether regular to me, sir. This burnt copy of The Lion's Pride was originally in the Garradev household. So the question remains, how did it find its way to the hand of the victim? That's actually a good point. That's great.
Yeah, like,
Yeah.
you put it there?
Yeah. Can you shed any light on that? Seeing as you were at the scene of the crime the entire time. Gah. Aha! Could it be a different copy, sir? One that just happened to be burnt as well? No! What? Even if that were possible, why would the victim have been gripping a book like that in her hand? As we can see from this photographic print,
She's holding it weird.
she had a bag over her shoulder.
She's holding it like towards the burns. Like, I'm not grabbing that part. I'm holding the bottom left of it if it was upright.
Yeah.
As we can see from the photographic print, she had a bag over her shoulder. Yeah, I robbed her.
Well, sir, that book was in the lady's hand from the moment we arrived at the scene. Is that so? There's something about this statement that's not sitting right with me. Few mysteries of how that knife ended up in her back, and how that book ended up in her hand. There must be some common thread between them.
Can I ask you something? Please, Mr. Lawyer, sir.
Oh, yes, of course. What is it?
You're doubting us, aren't you? I heard you say it like it was in L.A. Noire. I can feel it. You're doubting us. I can tell. You never played L.A. Noire, right?
No.
Do you know anything about that game?
Yeah.
I probably told you about it too, because it is a very fascinating game.
Yeah, because it's like
it's got a good story.
Yeah. What? I wasn't really. I mean, what's she doing?
Please, just because I'm a woman, it doesn't make my testimony any less valuable. You might just see me as the wife of a policeman, but I'm a woman of my word, I am.
I really don't remember ever suggesting that I doubted you.
No excuses. I don't want to hear it. My voice will be heard. My lord, you'll let me speak, won't you?
Yes, Mrs. Beate. I will allow you to supplement your testimony if you so desire.
This is the second time she's done this.
Sometimes the path of least resistance is the sage one. That was a very loud mutter.
I heard that.
Ow.
A Japanese man thinks a policeman's wife's word counts for nothing, does he? Well, watch out, sir. I might let you get away with something like that, but my Rolly won't. Okay.
Duly noted, Mrs. Beate. Please, I humbly ask you to continue.
What could she possibly be about to say, I wonder? I know what I saw. My eyes never let me down. My sense of direction is a little off sometimes, though. Okay, this is weird. Because... I believe this just changed, and then there is an added final one. No. No, this was the final one. Okay, I know what I saw. My eyes never let me down. My sense of direction is a little off sometimes, though. Okay.
Mrs. B, nobody is questioning what you've told us.
I saw it, I did. That evening, I saw it clearly. That little Eastern man with the whiskers and the funny curved back slinking away from the scene.
Ah.
And I know what I didn't see as well. I didn't see any flaming books or knives flying through the sky. Okay.
All very clear. You also mentioned something about having a poor sense of direction.
Oh, yes. Well, that's a little embarrassing, really. I'm always ending up at the wrong place when I've made arrangements to meet Rolly. He gets ever so cross.
Rolly. Yeah, look at her.
Yeah, these are super cute.
Excuse me.
Oi, bruv.
Constable Beate. Is there a problem?
I could take her there and she'd still get lost.
No, sir. No problem, sir. Did your wife's remark just now bring something to mind, perhaps? Oh, well, in a way, sir. Yes, sir. I was just remembering that the same thing happened that evening, is all. You mean Mrs. Beate lost her way? On the night of the incident? Well, you see, I sent her off to find a police box in the next beat over from mine. But she was gone a fair bit longer than what I was expecting. I thought she'd be back inside 10 minutes, but my darling was gone a good 15.
Oh, Rolly, you're such a tease. The reason I was so long was because of the bouquet, silly.
The bouquet?
The bouquet?
Sorry, what bouquet are you talking about?
Oh, it was a present for our wedding anniversary. Rolly's so romantic. He saved up for it with farthings and halfpennies and halfpennies. Farthings
Yeah, a half penny.
Yeah.
A half penny.
A
Yeah.
halfpenny. Okay, yeah, sure. Yeah. He saved up for it with farthings and halfpennies he found in the gut while doing his rounds.
Yes. How romantic.
I'm forgetting all about until just now. Adieu, my darling.
Oh, yes. But that was just between us.
Who's hiding evidence?
No talking about it to anyone else, darling. You have to promise.
Promise.
B shows up.
Who wants to fight? Hmm? Really? Oh. What the fuck is going on here?
What was that all about? Constable Beate looked very obviously troubled during that exchange.
I'm afraid I can't offer any useful insight, Mr. Naruhodo. But I'm quite sure
You can't
one
offer
thing.
insight. You don't summon the dead. What good are you for?
We have to ask Mrs. Beate about the bouquet. It's true though. Like we have no cheaters on our team. Maya was a fucking cheater. And Apollo had the cheating armband.
And fucking Nick had his ability to peer into the soul. with
Oh
his
yeah,
necklace.
that's right. Oh my god, the fucking Magatama, that's right.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
No, those were some motherfuckers.
Oh my god, that's right. It's amazing how like actually supernatural the Phoenix Wright games are, and they never get into it. It's all,
Yeah.
now that I'm thinking of it, that's what I like harped on the most in that trilogy, was me being like, when's the supernatural shit coming? And boy did it come.
Boy, did it come.
Boy did it come. But like, damn.
Yeah, like
I'm waiting for the supernatural shit to show up here, apart from this being the magical supernatural land of Britain, the non-fictional or the fictional land of Britain.
Ryunosuke needs to draw his sword, and the ghost of Kazuma needs to guide him to the truth.
Yeah, no, I need his sword to light on fire. That's possible.
Mrs. Beate, this bouquet you just mentioned, I'd like you to add details about it to your testimony, please.
Oh, really? Yes, I'd love to. Uh-oh. What happened was, I dropped my bouquet and ended up losing my way for a while.
Hold it! You mean you dropped the bouquet at the scene of the crime?
Yes, that's right. Oh, I was so upset. When we ran over and saw it was a woman with a knife in her back, I was so shocked I dropped the bouquet roll he gave me. It was in a dark spot where the streetlights weren't casting any light, so I didn't notice at first.
And then, you went to the police box to report it to the policeman whose beat it was on.
Yes, and I came back to the scene together with the other constable, you see. That's when I spotted my bouquet again. But the funny thing was, when I went to pick it up, it was nowhere near the victim's body at all. In case you need reminding, Mrs. Beate, the victim is not deceased. Oh, whatever. I was all flustered for a moment before I heard a voice calling from the other side of the road. Huh. Yeah.
Your husband, presumably.
That's right, silly me! I'd gone over to the wrong side of the street. Although, I'm going to blame the bouquet this time. I can't think how it got there. I really can't.
So, the bouquet somehow moved from one side of Briar Road to the opposite.
Timo, that's one of my favorite images. It's just Harvey Birdman looking at the calendar.
Yeah, no, yeah.
Profound.
Curious indeed.
Isn't it? But the worst of it is, I forgot to pick the bouquet up again when we left the scene. That beautiful rose Rolly bought me, with that change from the guy he spent so long collecting. By bouquet, do you perhaps mean this sorry solitary rose? Oh! Oh, yes, that's it! That's the bouquet Rolly bought for me for our anniversary, with all bits of change he found in the gutter.
He just pulled a rose. Tell us, Lord Venzies, where did you come by the flower?
According to the report by the police officer in charge of the crime scene investigation, it was found on the edge of the pavement in front of the Garadeb household. Uh-huh.
In front of the Garadeb's house?
Although it wasn't noticed until the morning, as it lay where the street lamps cast no light. It was believed to be of no relevance to the case since it was found on the opposite side of the thoroughfare. Oh, thank you, sir, thank you. Can I have it back now, please? No.
No. I think for good measure, this rose should be added to the court record as evidence.
Oh. The anniversary bouquet has been entered into the court record. Big if huge, this evidence. But it's a symbol of our love. I want it back after the trial. Do you hear me? I want it back.
Good grief! Rest assured that I shall do my very best not to forget, Mrs. Beate.
All right.
It's gonna be so
I'm
sad.
not even pressing on this one. I don't care. Okay. So, the bouquet.
So we have all the pieces. How do we bring this shit together?
Yeah.
Do we want to examine that bouquet really quick? Just in
Yeah,
case?
you're right. You're right.
It's just fucking in case. It's They're probably gonna be like, "Wow, it's flour," but it might be like, "Ooh, fucking here's a
Here's a
remark.
knife. It's a beautiful
Here's
rose.
the knife.
An English rose. It's such a beautiful flower.
This is a rose, is it? I've never seen one before.
You not taking an interest in flowers, Mr. Naruhodo?
I wouldn't say that exactly, but I do know 3 types at least.
Gosh. 3?
Yeah, plum blossom, peach blossom, and cherry blossom.
Based. Perhaps you should consider branching out. Learning some that aren't fruit tree based.
Yeah.
Based, for example. Based? What is that?
It's very stylish paper the flower's wrapped in, isn't it?
It's just an old newspaper, Mr. Naruhodo.
I suppose it's because I'm not used to seeing English print. It looks so exotic to me.
Ah, I see.
Is something wrong?
No. I was just thinking that if you wrapped a stone-baked sweet potato in English newspaper, it might look like some sort of fancy cake.
Ah, Sasato-san, you do love your cakes.
Ryunosuke turns around, his ass is enormous.
Yeah.
Okay. Ooh, new tech discovered. The hold left click tech to skip. Alright.
Alright, okay, yeah.
How do I combine pieces of evidence to just build a new case against these people? Alright, I did leave the scene to go and fetch help, but my trusty Rolly was there to make sure nothing was disturbed. What happened was I dropped my bouquet and ended up losing my way for a while. I didn't take my eye off the crime scene for one. No, nothing changed. Alright, let's press it, because it might be. Let's do it.
Yeah, nothing to report. Because it is probably going to be this one. It's going to be. What are you talking about? The bouquet move? What do you mean nothing happened?
Yeah.
That's correct, sir. I had my eyes wide open the entire time. Never looked away for a second. No one else approached the scene, and nothing was removed from it.
Okay, yeah.
I can swear to that on the yard's honor, sir. Really? That seems a little strange.
Okay, I see what...
Yeah, okay, yeah. Okay, yeah. Seems like all rather gonna be.
Well, I was just gonna say, I see why they kept parsing in her testimony right before this one. Makes sense.
We did this already.
Did we?
Yeah, I said these lines.
Oh, right. We went through all these. That's right. Okay.
Great. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. We did.
Mr. Naruhodo, what do you make of all this? Yes.
Yes. The whole idea of an invisible attacker has been troubling me all along. But I believe I'm starting to get a picture of what really happened here now. First book that had no business being at the scene of the crime made me sure that Mrs. Garadeb was hiding something from us. But it's becoming increasingly clear that someone else has been hiding something from us as well. I think I may already be armed with everything I need to strike a decisive blow here. This time, I'm going to expose the whole truth about this mysterious affair. Think it's Rose? On this.
I think it's bouquet on this.
Objection!
Sure is.
You claim, Constable Beate, there was nothing to report in the 15 or so minutes you were guarding the scene. But that cannot be.
What do you mean to say?
In your testimony just now, Mrs. Beate, you explained to the court that when you arrived back at the scene of the crime with the policeman assigned to that beat, the bouquet you had dropped at the victim's side was no longer anywhere nearby.
Objection!
Objection. Yes, on the opposite side of Briar Road to where the victim was attacked. But considering the size of that meager bouquet, if a single sorry bloom can be so described. No doubt it was blown in the wind across the street back into the gutter where it belongs. Fuck you!
Objection!
But if that were the case, why did Constable Beate not testify to the fact?
No one else approached the scene, and nothing was removed from it. Constable Beate swore to that on Scotland Yard's honor. But the bouquet belonged to me. It has nothing to do with the case. That's why Rolly didn't mention it, I'm sure.
No. Because sadly, it's not only your bouquet we're talking about here. More than one thing in this case is mysteriously the wrong way round.
What are you talking about?
Think about it.
I'm trying.
Besides Mrs. Beate's bouquet, there's Mr. Garadeb's book. Mr. Garadeb's copy of The Lion's Pride, which was thrown out the window by his wife. would have struck the pane of the casement window and landed here on the west side of the street. And yet, it was actually found here on the opposite side of the road in the victim's hand. Meanwhile, according to the testimony we've heard, Mrs. Beate's bouquet should have been dropped here at the scene of the crime on the east side of the street. But, in fact, it was actually found here on the opposite side of the road in front of Mr. and Mrs. Garrett's house. There's no logical explanation for those things. Unless somebody deliberately moved them.
What are you trying to say? The way you're talking, it sounds like you think my Rolly's done something wrong. Don't you listen to a word that scrawny lawyer says? Wittering on about books and bouquets. Why should we care? It's nitpicking, that's what it is.
Oh good, Mrs. Garrett's come round. You might call it nitpicking, Mrs. Garrett. But deliberately meddling with the scene of a crime is a criminal offense. It's called...
Tampering, Mr. Naruhodo.
But the person responsible for this tampering cannot admit to it. For a very subtle but compelling reason.
Objection!
Tampering? You've barely heard the term before. Tell us, my learned friend, who would possibly have had a cause to carry out such an elaborate deception?
Yes, there is someone who tampered with the scene of the crime that evening. All the evidence, all the testimony points to that one particular person.
String him up.
Counsel, I must demand that you substantiate this conjecture. Who are you saying is responsible for tampering with the scene of the crime?
Rolly Bite.
Take that!
Rolly Beate. Obviously, there's only one person it could have been. Constable Rolly Beate, it was you!
It was you!
What?
Corruption in the police force, what? No!
A policeman? A member of Scotland Yard?
What nonsense! Why would my Rolly do something like that? There's no one straighter than my husband! No Bobby works more tirelessly for the people of London!
Mrs. Beate, you said in your testimony that your husband asked you to go to a nearby police box to fetch the officer on duty. The 15 minutes that you were absent from the scene is the only opportunity anyone had to tamper with it.
You're making it up! It's all nonsense! It's all lies! What about that Japanese man with the whiskers? I bet it was him! He did it!
Objection!
If that was true, Constable Beate would have seen him do it.
Who? And forgive me for pointing it out, but when you dropped your bouquet, Mrs. Beate, it was after the defendant had fled the scene. Well...
Objection!
First you make accusations about the landlord and his wife, and now you incriminate a policeman as well. But your accusations lack one very important thing. You claim the crime scene was tampered with. But there was only one reason anyone would commit such a reckless crime. To hide something. That's right! He's right! But my husband and I just happened to be there, that's all! So why would he have anything to hide? It doesn't make sense! You've offered no motive for this alleged tampering. And until you do, your accusations are nothing but empty threats.
Constable Beate had a very good reason for wanting to tamper with the scene of the crime. That's the key to this entire affair.
Mr. Naruhodo, have you managed to solve this mystery?
Counsel, you have made a very serious accusation against a London police officer. If you are mistaken, I'm sure I need not point out that your reputation as a lawyer will be irrevocably damaged. With that stark warning in mind, will you now explain to the court the motive for this alleged tampering? Yes, my lord. Constable Beate's motive for tampering with the scene was to hide
Where the victim fell. Yeah.
Yeah, where the
You
victim
see, Your Honor, the last time these two had sex was on their wedding night. And man, he was not about to let this one pass up. Where the victim fell.
We hear the victim fell to the ground. That is what this Bobby had to cover up at all costs.
What? Where the victim fell? You mean where she was attacked? What are you talking about? We told you at the very start, didn't we? On the pavement of Briar Road. We saw it happen, remember? It was right here, as if anyone didn't already know.
That's certainly what everybody has been led to believe. But in fact, that isn't where the victim was stabbed at all.
What? What?
I'm beginning to wonder where this tumultuous trial will end, counsel.
If that's your assertion, then the court is dying to know, my Nipponese friend. Where are you proposing that the crime actually took place that evening?
Yes,
Right there.
Take that!
Bam.
But that's...
On the opposite side of the road. I don't understand.
On the evening in question, Mr. Garadeb's book fell directly down from the open window above. And your bouquet, Mrs. Beate, never moved at all. What did move was the scene of the crime itself. Good gracious!
Objection!
Perhaps you haven't been listening to the ample testimony the court has heard. But these witnesses both saw the moment the attack took place. That's right, I saw it with my own eyes.
It was 5 o'clock in the evening and already dark. There was the typical London fog on the ground. You saw the incident unfold and ran to the victim's aid. That was actually on the west side of Briar Road.
No, that's not true. It can't have been.
Constable Beate then arranged for you to be absent for a while by sending you for help. And during the 15 minutes you were away, he transplanted the crime scene. He moved all the things shown in this print. The victim herself, 4 books. He moved everything, in fact, to the pavement on the east side of Briar Road. Extraordinary. But the constable overlooked one thing.
What? What did he overlook? The bouquet, I presume.
Exactly.
The prosecution told the court just a few minutes ago about the discovery of the rose bouquet. Lord Van Zeek said, it wasn't noticed until the morning as it lay where the street lamps cast no light.
Yes, it couldn't be seen in the dark, obviously. Which is why it was only the bouquet that was found in its original position on the pavement on the west side of Briar Road. And that is the defense's theory about what really happened that evening. How do you respond?
I like how he didn't bring up the motive at all. I like it. It's like, this is clear, and it's like, well, why would he do that?
Yeah. Constable Beate.
He's gonna grow a foot, take his hat off, and be evil now.
Yeah. Well, I'm very sorry. I didn't mean to nod off again, but I haven't slept properly in a month. Did I miss anything important?
Oh, Rowley. It isn't true, is it? What the lawyer said is all lies, isn't it? I know it is, because you're the most upstanding, righteous man I know.
I had a dream. A terrible dream. All the things I did that night. Everything came out. Everything exposed.
Hmm? Ugh.
Only, it seems... it wasn't a dream at all. Good golly! Order! Oh, what on earth is the meaning of this?
Oh, Rowley, why? Why would you do something like this? Moving a corpse is a criminal offense, isn't it? He's not dead. It's your coochie, Pat.
Wishing the victim dead should be one, too.
I can't stop thinking about it since we've been married and I have no time. Wishing the victim should be dead.
Constable, explain yourself. Why would you do this? As a respectable member of Scotland Yard, it's your duty to protect the good people of London Town. I can't say, sir. What? I really am ever so sorry about all this. For damaging the Yard's reputation. For everything. I have a possible explanation. For why? On that particular evening, Constable Beate felt compelled to move the scene of the crime. I can think of one reason.
And what is that? Pussy, Your Honor.
Down bad.
What? How could you possibly know? You, a foreigner, presuming to understand the mind of a Scotland Yard policeman.
And yet, Lord Van Zeeks, it is this foreigner who has uncovered the startling truth of the matter thus far.
Watch your mouth, Judge.
I believe it would be beneficial to the court to hear this extraordinary young lawyer's theory. Counsel for the defense, if you please. Yes, my lord. Now then, I think you had better show us some evidence. At once, my lord.
Maybe the
England.
the thing he was handed by rolling.
Japan. Makes no difference where you come from. Human emotions are the same. And I think I have a fairly good idea of the feelings behind this man's actions.
No, he's right. He's right.
What gives away the motive for Constable Beate's unthinkable actions?
Actually, yeah, I suppose it.
It's the warrant card. Is it going to say
it's going to
on
say
his
this so that it switches the beat, but they're asking, it's like a two-step thing here, because I want to say it's because it was his anniversary, but I think that'll just come next after this.
But it was on his beat.
Yeah. He was hungry and horny, Your Honor. Tired! Like, this man was looking to eat, come, and sleep. How are you gonna deny the man that? Right? Like, good people of the jury, let this man off, but kill juror number 4.
Kill juror number 4?
How did I kill you off
I realize
first?
that I'm a foreigner
Give me that
in this
knife!
land. A stranger in paradise, if you will. And I have only just arrived from Japan. Which is why all this information about London's so-called bobbies is completely new to me. I've learned that, through honorable, patrolling the beat is the most demanding, though honorable, patrolling the beat is the most demanding work in the world, for example. Keeping the peace, looking after the citizens on his beat in all kinds of ways. There is no doubt that the young Bobby is charged with a great deal to do each day, certainly.
And we make sure not to pay them enough.
But for Constable Beate, the day in question was special. Special? How? On account of this bouquet, my lord.
That was not selected as the piece of evidence, but probably tricked a couple of people into doing it.
Sometimes I think the game is nice and will accept 2 pieces of evidence.
That's true.
We wouldn't know only playing it once, but I get the gut feeling that it would work that way.
Oh yes, it was our very first wedding anniversary.
Constable Beate had worked so hard to be able to afford this simple gift for his wife. And was so looking forward to taking her out for a celebratory meal.
When he and Mrs. Beate stumbled upon a crime along Briar Road. Dude, Dark Spirit has invaded. Oh my god.
When he saw that shadowy figure through the fog collapse on the pavement ahead of them.
Yeah, you keep going. I assume this is Ryunosuke.
What must have gone through the man's mind? But, sir, just on that one particular day, I was looking forward to celebrating my wedding anniversary. Mrs. Beate put up with a lot being married to a Bobby like me. I wanted to show my dear wife how much I care. This is the warrant card that Constable Beate offered to lend me earlier. Inside, among the rules for patrolling policemen, it says, when a crime is discovered on his beat, a policeman must assist with initial investigations and help detectives. Aha! Constable Beate. Is that not the reason why you moved the whole scene of the crime that day? Yes. Everything you said. It's all right.
No, it's not. You moved a fucking crime scene. So that's it. It was all to do with the boundary of your beat. Oh.
Exactly. To summarize, the incident actually occurred on Constable Beate's beat. Good gracious! Constable, do you realize the gravity of what you have done? It was the first time since I became a copper that I'd ever cursed God. Stay close to me, Pat! The criminal could still be lurking somewhere! We ran over to the scene. I had every intention of doing my duty as a police officer. We've got to report this to the station as quickly as possible! Then it dawned on me. I realized where we were, where the victim was lying, and what that meant for me. When a crime is discovered on his beat, a policeman must assist with initial investigations and help detectives. Why here? Why did this have to happen here? Why tonight? Of all nights! Why? It's the copper's job to guard the scene of the crime, so... I told Pat she'd have to go to the nearest police box and fetch whoever was on duty there. It was then, when I opened my mouth to speak, it just came out. I couldn't believe the words that were coming out of my own mouth. This is the next beat to mine, Pat. So you'll have to go to the police box that covers it. Turn right along Birchampson Street and then...
Shouldn't have thrown that wine. I could use some.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
I'm sorry. Oh. Constable.
I just wanted
Some pussy.
just the one night to take my Patricia out for dinner.
Oh. Rolly.
Just this one night.
You knew that if the incident was on your beat, your evening of celebration would be ruined. And so you decided to move the entire crime scene outside your jurisdiction. Just across the street to the east pavement of Briar Road, which falls under the neighboring Beate's care.
You see, I thought... Well, I was sure the victim was dead, you see. I beg your pardon?
Of course he did. Otherwise, my Rolly would never have left the poor woman on the freezing cold pavement.
Ah, I see your meaning now. But God got me back from my sins, didn't he? That's why... That's why I missed the rose I bought for Pat.
Oh, no, Rowley, that was all my fault. I should never have dropped it in such a dark place. I'm so sorry, Rowley.
And can you tell us, Constable, how many books did you move from one side of the road to the other in total? Oh, 4 was just, definitely 4.
3 of them dropped by Mr. Natsume, and the 4th being the one that fell from the window upstairs in the Garadeb household, of course.
But what made you place the book in the victim's hand? When all the others were scattered haphazardly around, I mean... Oh, well, sir, that's because that's how I found it.
She went to pick it up, and then the knife fell on her back.
Yep, went to pick it up.
Ugh. How you found it? What do you mean?
When we first ran over to the scene, the victim was already holding the book. So, when I moved everything, I made sure it was still in her hand. You're sure it was this book, The Lion's Pride, that the victim was holding? Oh yes, sir. No doubt about it, sir. Interesting.
Interesting. It's very interesting. All right. So let's get this over with then, yeah?
This case isn't over.
Come on, let's wrap it up.
I thought it was an open and shut case at the time, you see. There we were. There were only the 2 people at the scene, and Pat and me both saw it happen. However, which way you looked at it, it had to be the fellow who ran off who done it, I thought. I couldn't see the harm, really. I didn't think moving it all over the road would make a jot of difference. I suppose this is it for me now. I've had it.
He's just gonna disintegrate. Scarf's just gonna crumble to the floor. My lord.
Yes, Lord Van Zeeks.
I believe that concludes the cross-examination of the witnesses. Constable, you may withdraw.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Prosecutor, sir. What will become of my Rowley? What will happen to him? For now, you are free to go home. The police will contact you in due course. Please, don't punish my husband. This is all my fault. It's because I'm always moaning at him for coming home late.
Leave it now, Pot. Let's go home. I'm tired.
All right then, my love. One last thing, Constable.
Sir?
Let this be a lesson to you. In a criminal investigation, every detail matters, however insignificant it may seem to you.
Yes, sir.
Carve that lesson in your mind. And never again make the mistake of tampering with the scene of a crime.
Oh! Never again, sir! You mean to say...
Leave. Now. This trial is not yet over. And you're souring the sight of my Nipponese friends.
Sir!
Yeah, that part was pretty good, at least. That section was alright.
I did like that yellow.
That was nice.
Well, quite a startling revelation, I must say. Whoever thought a third party transplanting the entire scene of a crime like that?
Indeed, my lord. Nevertheless, there are some immutable facts here. Principally, that the accused, Mr. Soseki Natsume, is the only person who could have possibly committed this crime.
Objection!
Oh, come on!
Shut the fuck up. No, I disagree. Now that we know the true scene of the incident, there is someone else. Another person who could be responsible for the knife in the victim's back.
Forgive me for being presumptuous, but I believe the prosecution is probably well aware of this possibility already. Ugh.
Lord Van Zeeks, is this true?
Very well. Name the person if you will, and if further investigation is warranted. The prosecution has no objection to the trial continuing.
You will name this other person who could have perpetuated the crime.
The defendant, Mr. Soseki Natsume. Iris Wilson, an evil little girl.
She made a knife gun!
John Garadeb for dodging the attack.
Yep.
Yeah. Alright, looking like Joan Gary Deb, present. Juror number 4, take the stand so we can publicly execute you.
The defense would once again like to request the cross-examination of a new witness, my lord. Once again, my assistant made the same request earlier. In order to finally reveal the truth about this case. It's imperative that we cross-examine juror number 4, Mrs. Joan Garadeb.
Me! Oh, dearie me!
Objection!
I don't know if we can legally do this, defense counsel. That request has already been denied.
Objection!
Fine. Get John in here
The
then.
situation is very different now.
Is his name John?
Yeah, it was John.
It was John, yeah.
Mrs. Garadeb, answer me this.
You don't have to answer anything. What do you want now, you little chode?
Time of the incident, you were engaged in a violent argument with your husband, Mr. John Garadeb. In the course of the argument, a minor house fire was ignited. And to clear the smoke from the room, your husband opened a window that looks out over Briar Road.
Well, what of it?
You threw this book at your husband when he was cornered with his back against the window. Upon striking the pane of the open-topped hinged casement window, the book plummeted directly down, finding its way to what we now know to be the true scene of the incident.
Yes, and as I said, what of it?
During the argument, you were beside yourself with rage. As such, you threw not just books, but anything you could lay your hands on. So, let me ask you one more time, Mrs. Garadeb. This knife, the one you removed from the victim's back. Oh, the one removed from the victim's back. Have you really never laid eyes on it before?
don't recall it.
Seriously?
Am I supposed to remember everything I picked up and threw at my husband? And anyway, the man over there in all the regalia said members of the jury needed to testify, didn't he?
Conveniently, yes.
Objection!
No! I have no recollection of saying that at all, juror number 4. Oh! Make no mistake. You jurors are not special in any way. You are not immune to the judicial process. If you know something about this knife, madam, let the truth come out. But that's just a common or garden knife. Interesting. But that's just a common or garden knife. It could have come from anywhere.
Is it commoner? Is it like a commoner garden knife? Yeah, I'm
don't
not
know.
quite sure either, yeah.
We have several like that at home. If one went missing, how would you expect me to know?
Oh, what's that?
Are you joking?
What are you saying? Please, Mrs. Garadeb.
Now you listen to me! I refuse to believe all this nonsense! I couldn't bear the thought that I'd injure someone! Do you hear? I couldn't bear it! Well, yeah, I mean, this is gonna be a pretty light sentencing, or, like...
Yeah, she didn't even die. It's just...
She didn't die, and, like, this
endangerment?
Yeah, like, reckless, but, like, this is, like, this is absolute fucking clownery that this occurred.
Yeah.
Like... yes, you should not have been throwing shit, but like... Oh, the poor woman. So, yes, I want evidence. I want to see hard evidence if you're going to insist on this being my fault. You're going to have to prove to me that I threw that knife, if that's what you think. Come along now, chop chop! Do your worst!
Well...
Well, Mr. Naruhodo?
If I had evidence like that, believe me, I would have thrown it at her already.
Then take the stand, juror. Oh! The prosecution does not object to the defense's request to cross-examine this woman.
Thank you, Lord Van Seat.
It's nothing. I'm not doing it for you or anything. I'm going to have to testify? That's right, bitch. Get up there.
Juror number 4.
Okay, how does this work with the juror system then? How does her vote count?
She's just gonna be like, he's guilty, and they're like, well, I guess he's guilty.
Okay.
As I'm sure you are as I'm sure you will appreciate, having observed it with your own eyes today. Witness testimony can lead to the most extraordinary truths being unearthed. Truths of which the witnesses themselves may not even have been aware.
Oh, dearie me.
So, I demand your full and unadulterated testimony, Mrs. Garadeb. And mark my words, in this court of law today, we shall exact the truth.
Extract.
Do you concur, counsels?
Certainly, my lord.
Oh,
Yeah.
That's what I'm hoping for, my lord. About to hit us with the to be continued.
We're gonna hit with the to be continued.
Such a strange feeling. The first time since arriving in this country, it actually feels real. I'm here, In the Old
Oh
Bailey.
my god, he's huge. Look how wide that fucker is back there.
And I'm a lawyer.
Yeah. He's getting stronger. You're not getting hit with the TVs. Well, you're all getting hit with one though real quick, because I need to use the bathroom and get more water.
Alright.
Oh, break time.
I returned.
Alright. Alright. Think of these nuts out of my teeth.
Huh?
I got nuts in my teeth, dude.
Oh.
Not great stream food. That shit gets stuck
No.
in there. Alright. Hold on, more nuts that I gotta get out of my... Witness, state your name and occupation.
Oh, yes, my name is, Joan Garadeb, and I'm, well, I'm a juror and such like.
It sounds like even she doesn't know if she's a housewife or a maid or what anymore.
What's the difference?
The court has decided your testimony is required in order to clarify matters in this case. Do you understand, madam?
Fuck you. Yes, my lord.
You will tell the court everything that took place in your household on the evening in question. And I warn you, do not attempt to hide the truth.
Oh, dearie me.
Her
Chin up,
husband?
probably.
Yeah.
Chin up, Joni. Nothing to worry about now. Cool.
Oh, I didn't know you were here, John.
Wow, look at her. Wasn't only you in the room that day, old thing, was it? Rather think I ought to testify as well, don't you?
But what about your knee, dear?
Don't you worry about that. Hardly notice it. I'm not the sort of chap to leave a comrade to face disciplinary action alone.
Oh, John.
I presume you are Mr. John Garadeb.
They just let you in here? Yes, sir. Former second lieutenant of the 3rd Regiment of the 4th Northumberland Fusiliers, sir. Holy shit. Former second lieutenant of the 3rd Regiment of the 4th Northumberland Fusiliers, sir.
Yeah, the second, third, fourth.
Yeah. Seen my fair share of action and now living the quiet life, as it were. A quiet life? Were you not engaged in an incendiary battle with your spouse on the day in question? Well, yes, quite.
I believe this may represent a first in the proud history of the British court. Calling a juror to the witness stand is unprecedented. However, the court will hear your testimony now, juror number 4, in that of your husband. You will recount clearly and concisely the events in which your home at the time of the incident in question.
Sir. At once. Shit in his testimony. The Battle of Garadeb. Yeah, so on the day you're referring to, the wife and I did have a bit of a skirmish. Can't recall the reason now. Knocked a candlestick over and set fire to the carpet. Soon had it out, though, and got the window open.
Meanwhile, I was picking up whatever I could find to throw at him.
Plenty of knives around our place. Can't say I'd noticed if one or two went missing, I'm afraid. If that bally thing in the victim's back really was one of ours, you'll have a job proving it, I think.
It sounds as though it was quite the battlefield in your household that evening.
Although an entirely one-sided assault, it seems. The enemy caught us on the hop, sir. Had no choice but to dig in and take defensive measures. To be honest, if the enemy had kept shelling us for another minute, we'd have been toast. Of course, veterans such as myself is only too aware that on every battlefield, you're just a gnat's whisker from death at any moment.
Are we still talking about a marital quarrel here? Well, I must say, I'm dubious that this testimony will shed any light on the origins of this jackknife.
In combat, one's focus narrows such that surroundings are barely noticed. These witnesses may not be able to offer anything more than they have testified already. This may be a dead end.
Van Zeeks may well be right. But I also may be right. It's kind of confusing.
In fact, I think I am. Well, whatever the chances, we only have this last cross-examination to uncover the truth, Mr. Naruhodo.
Yes, I'm afraid so.
Do this shit then. Come on.
Very well, Counsel. Begin your cross-examination.
The Battle of Garadeb. Yes, on the day you're referring to, the wife and I did have a bit of a skirmish. Can't recall the reason now.
Hold it!
The reason is what you told us yesterday, I believe.
Don't bring it up. Yes, that's right. If I remember correctly, it all started because of a note that was tucked into the pages of a book belonging to Mr. Garadeb. A rather passionate note, in fact.
Mrs. Garadeb found the note, discovering her husband's little secret.
And she gave him a mighty number of slaps across the face for it, too.
What a sordid state of affairs.
Hell on earth. And fuck you all. I say, when a chap says he can't recall such things, it's common decency not to drag it all up. And besides, half of it was wide of the mark anyway.
A likely story.
And these waters run very deep. And what transpired next after these multiple blows to the face? That's a good point, River Ryle. Like, obviously he's a moon, but she's is a sun.
Yeah.
Because she's got the sun ring and the headband. Yeah, I didn't realize that.
Knocked the candlestick over and set fire to the carpet. Soon had it though, and then got the window open.
Hold it!
Had it out though.
And the fire also spread to some items of furniture, didn't it?
The bookcase, my armchair, anything of mine really. Just so happens there was some bathwater around that evening, so I sloshed that about to put it out. You could have sold that.
Most precarious situation you put yourself in.
Ours is a 3-story townhouse on the west side of the street, where the water main isn't connected yet. Have to draw water from a public water pump during the day if you need any, you see.
The lodgers are always moaning that they can't get any water at night. Although, that little mustached Japanese man buys water in bottles, I believe.
The defendant, Mr. Natsume, you mean?
Yes, he receives a stipend for his studies, you know. From his home country. Can you imagine being able to brew a pot of tea at all hours? He's obviously very well off.
Have you actually seen the state of the man?
Just cuts over to him and he's just... I believe he uses all of his income to buy books. Well, anyway, the point is, I was able to douse the fire with water, fortunately enough.
Meanwhile, I was picking up whatever I could find to throw at him.
Hold it!
Even though the room was on fire?
Especially because it was! As far as I was concerned at the time, it was more important to extinguish my anger than the flames. When a woman wants to throw, she must throw!
That is most certainly not true of a Susato takedown, Mr. Naruhodo. Uh-huh.
How did she know I was thinking that? So, please, cast your mind back and try to remember. Was a knife among the items that you threw at your husband that day?
Why you say among like that? In all honesty, I don't recall. But I feel I must point out that I'm no monster. Let me see. Some bread, cabbage, garlic, a towel, and a sponge, a napkin.
Excuse me.
Was a knife thrown at you, Mr. Garadab?
Do you... Fuck. God damn it, man. Do you have something to add, sir?
A knife was thrown at me. Wait, hold up. Wait, do it again. He's not gonna do it again.
Wait. No. Mr. Garadeb.
Don't shoot. Sorry, I beg your pardon.
Did your wife's remark just now bring something to mind?
Nothing of any significance, no. Just that the mirage of projectiles the whole thing launched in my direction was somewhat more solid than she implies. Books, bricks, and the fire poker I seem to recall.
Ouch. Oh, fuck.
Good grief, woman, we're not at home now. This is a court of law.
Oh, dearie me. Ever so sorry, dear. I just hate you so fucking much. I wish that knife had hit you.
I wish that I hit you. What's she even doing with the teapot in here?
Honestly, John, I would never have thrown such things at you, obviously.
Nice. Well, take a look at this then. How do you suppose that happened,
Your pipe, sir.
It is damaged, yeah. Had this thing in my hands as usual at the time of the onslaught. Knocked it clean out with one of her soft projectiles, she did. Yes. When I went to pick the thing up, it was broken in two. I'd like to see a sponge do that sort of damage.
I see. Your pipe was broken.
Sad. It would have never happened. It would never have been sent flying unless it was hit by something pretty solid. Anyway, I've managed to bandage the thing up for now.
You are one to exaggerate, aren't you, dear?
I wonder what we should make of this account.
It's significant.
I don't know much about pipes, but it's hard to see how what Mr. Garrett just said could be of any real significance. Well, thank you for that rebuttal, Mr. Garrett. Now, if we could return to the crux of the matter. What can you tell the court about the knife used to attack the victim?
Plenty of knives around our place. Can't say I'd notice if one or two went missing, I'm afraid.
Hold it!
Two?
Sorry, would you care to elaborate?
Nothing to say, really. I'm rather partial to a spot of carving, you see. Pipes and whatnot. Fishing tackle. You know, the sort of thing.
It's a passion we both share. I like to carve little wooden trinkets too. And then there's my leather work.
Sorry to say, we're always losing knives about the place. We have dozens of the things. So it's all the more likely a knife was thrown.
They sell them at the market sometimes. 20 for the price of 19. Needless to say, I snap them up.
What a bargain.
Girl math.
So many knives.
John prefers to use 2 knives at mealtimes too, instead of a knife and a fork.
Holy shit.
All right. Now, Joan. We don't want people thinking I'm some kind of savage. Ah! Here we go again.
Here we go again. Scaldings. Why are they being so evasive?
I imagine it's because they don't want to believe it. They can't bear the thought that it might have been one of their knives that injured the victim.
Which is entirely understandable, of course. But still.
Go on with your testimony, witnesses. Sir. That bally thing in the victim's back really was one of ours. You'll have a job proving it, I think. That's a better voice for him. Oops, meant to press. Didn't realize that was the last one. All right.
Yeah. That's the extent of their testimony, is it?
What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo?
Well, I think we've heard all this before, to be honest. Can't say I'm particularly confident that we'll be able to prove anything new from this testimony.
But in this cross-examination, it's absolutely essential that we establish how this knife came to be at the scene of the incident.
Yes, I know.
I'm sure both of them must be feeling very worried. Worried that if this is in fact a knife belonging to one of them that caused the victim's injury, we could find even a tiny shred of evidence to support that theory.
It would clinch this trial for us. It would explain everything.
Yes, it would. Alright,
So,
come on.
just, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, if that bally thing in the victim's back really was one of ours, you'll have a job proving it, I think. Yeah, I like that voice.
Hold it!
Job proving it.
So, you have no intention of admitting it was your knife, unless we can produce proof.
That voice is good too, I guess.
Even though there is no other credible possibility if Mr. Natsume is innocent?
Objection!
You forget, my Nipponese friend, that it is yet to be established that the accused is not responsible for the attack.
As if I could forget. If only there was some way to know who had handled the knife. But I suppose wizardry like that is just a dream.
Perhaps you're thinking of fingerprinting, Mr. Naruhodo.
What's a fingerprint? What? You mean it's not a dream? That sort of wizardry really exists.
Whenever people touch anything, they leave behind a unique pattern from their skin, or so they say.
But I can't see anything.
There are already countries in the world where these so-called fingerprints can be used as evidence. Lord Strongart is currently discussing the matter at the Ministry of Justice.
Yes, I believe we are rapidly approaching an era of scientific methods of investigation.
Yes, this is the fourth case. But for now, we shall have to find an alternative method of proving our assertion that this knife found in the victim's back was originally in Mr. and Mr. Garadeb's house.
Ugh. If only I could transplant this whole incident to several years in the future. Surely, the legal system will be better in 100 years. By the way,
It won't
I
have
think-
jury, at least.
Yeah, that's true.
Alright.
On the thing that was like, is the knife significant? I think you clicked insignificant, by the way.
Okay, yeah, I feel bad about this, because, like, I clicked through it, and I'm like, I don't even know what I did. Whatever. I probably clicked the right thing. Moving on. I'm not addressing it. Yeah, I guess I did click the wrong thing. So
Yeah,
let's
this is
go
the
back to
third
that one.
I believe,
Okay,
yeah.
Just something about that. I was just like, all right, that was weird. I'm pretty sure I clicked the right thing.
Just click through the choice.
By Jupiter.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
Weird. How did I do this?
Yeah, you clicked it's insignificant. It could be important.
I read it as it's significant. That's what happened there. Right, that's what happened there. I was like, it's significant. All right, that's the one I'm clicking.
The defense believes Mr. Garadeb's remark just now to be of great significance.
Objection.
No, you. I'm gonna take damage now.
What do you think?
This war veteran's words only tell us one thing. Betray a fiery wife, and pipes, as well as hearts, may be broken. That was beautiful, Zeeks. Sentimental wisdom, perhaps, but hardly worthy of adding to the formal testimony.
Indeed. Common sense, one might say. Might one... Oh my god, are we taking damage? That's funny. No, okay.
In that case, would you at least permit us to examine the pipe, sir? Well, I don't see why not.
Oh, dearie me. There you go again, trying to ingratiate yourself with a young lady.
She's not fat
Very
enough,
well.
you know that.
The court will accept the gentleman's pipe as evidence.
In fact, you're starting to look a little thin.
Bailiff, remove the man's penis so we may examine it.
It's insignificant, Your Honor.
It's the knife tip.
What the fuck? You've been smoking straight knife tips, bro. What the hell?
Oh, something just twinkled inside the chamber of the pipe there.
Yes, I saw it. Something stuck in there, I think.
Let's turn it over and give it a shake. What's this?
It's a tiny fragment of metal.
Oh, yeah.
It looks like the tip of a blade or something.
The tip of a blade? Surely, it couldn't be.
The most decisive piece of evidence ever found in a Phoenix Wright game has been added to your inventory. He sucks. Oh god.
It's a shark!
It is a
Watch
shark.
out! This is the tiny piece of metal we found in the chamber of Mr. Garadeb's pipe.
It looks like the tip of a blade or something. Okay, yeah, that's the same stuff.
Meat on the bone.
Something wrong, Mr. Naruhodo?
Bone on the meat?
I don't really know. Uh-oh.
There's something niggling me, but I can't quite put my finger on what it is.
Cold sweat. Okay. Perhaps in that case, it would be wise to examine some of the other pieces of evidence again. Bailiff, get the glue!
Holy shit, there it is!
Oh, look here, Mr. Naruhodo. Just at the tip. A small piece of the blade appears to be missing.
Wait. Part of it's missing?
Uh-huh.
I could be wrong, but I've just got a feeling. You remember this?
That's the tiny fragment of metal that we found inside Mr. Garadeb's pipe.
Yes. Just maybe.
Oh my, it's a perfect fit!
Somehow.
They took him out.
What?
Somehow.
What
You got disconnected, or I got disconnected. Someone did.
Somehow, I just got disconnected.
I just knew it. Okay.
It's over. We're done here.
Okay, that didn't. Alright, it did update. Hope I didn't speak it out turn, Mr. Naruhodo. I was just feeling rather disappointed for you that your request was turned down.
No, it's fine. Thanks to Sasato-san, we have some new evidence to work with. You should examine it carefully. Well, thank you for that rebuttal, Mr. Garadeb. Now, if we could return to the crux of the matter. What can you tell the court about the knife used to attack the victim?
Alright, plenty of knives around our place. Can't say I noticed if one or two went missing. If that bally thing in the victim's back really was one of ours, you'll have a job proving it.
I have a real easy fucking time proving it. Fuck you, die.
Alright, never mind. Apparently not. Apparently that was the wrong statement to present this on.
Okay, yeah,
I hate this game.
Fuck me.
I hate this game. Ha! Don't mind me! Significantly easier if you lowered your hand, you dumbass. I won't lower my hand until I prove my client's innocence. As long as it's quick. Okay, whatever. Okay.
I guess it's the second to last one.
Or...
Is it...
let's read the knife tip again, just in case.
Oh my god, is it 200% the knife tip?
Oh my god.
Shit, okay. Because it could be like knife tip on 6 or 5.
When did he even say the pipe broke?
That was the third one. It was the one that we hard pressed on.
Yeah. Right, because he had to exclaim about it.
I think it's tip on the last one. I know that sucks, but what's the...
See, I feel like it's not this one at this point though, because it's like
Right, because why wouldn't the knife? No, that's,
he's talking about the victims, and it's like, hey, we found.
If we do a quick save though, just it's one of these fucking things. You know, just. One of these fucking things.
Oh, let's try and think logically about this. God, but he's like, you got to prove it.
Where's your evidence?
Yeah.
All
right. Let's.
Objection.
Oh.
Fuck.
I get it, but like the jackknife updated.
Yeah, no, that's
and they effectively became the same piece of evidence. That's stupid.
No, that's stupid. That's really fucking stupid.
All right.
Anyway, Mr. Garadeb.
Mr. Judge, can I have that point back?
Can I have that point fucking
Fuck
back?
you.
Can I ask you to take a good look at this, please?
Shark. You can ask, but I can't see a bally thing.
You can't?
Used to call me Dead-Eye Deb back in the regiment, of course. But that's a good one. But that was some time ago now. Even when I'm trying to enjoy a large print book by the fire these days. I struggle to tell a B from a D and a P from a Q, to be honest.
Oh, he does, dearie me. It's rather wearing being asked about every other letter and every other word. I hate this man.
You must be very dizzy.
I was gonna say DDoS, and I'm like, whoa. Weird Counter-Strike reference suddenly. What is that? What is that thing? I haven't seen the show. What is that? A tiny scrap of metal.
Yes. Almost certainly from the tip of a blade.
You've got to be kidding me.
And what may appear at first to be just a tiny scrap is in fact a crucial piece of evidence.
Interesting. And where did the defense come by this evidence? The
It
Beate.
was lodged in the chamber of Mr. Garrideb's pipe.
My pipe, you say? By Jove, I wonder how that got there.
And what precisely does this fragment of metal signify, Counsel? Are you suggesting that it is in some way related to the matter of the stabbing on Briar Road?
It's only the tip of a blade. If I have to present the fucking jackknife, I'm gonna scream.
I am.
Going to scream. What?
When put together with another piece of evidence already in the court record. Holy shit, man. I believe this tiny fragment of metal will unravel the whole truth of this case, my lord. I was out of breath. I couldn't believe this. I can't believe this is happening to us. They said, fuck them, make this case 10 minutes longer than it has to be. You appear rather confident in that extraordinary statement, Counsel. Very well, then. Present the pertinent evidence to the court. What evidence, when paired with this fragment of metal, unleashes the truth of this entire case? Fuck, they said fuck you, add 5 minutes to this case.
Oh!
You, man. This is the knife that was found in the victim's back. If you look closely, you will see there is a small piece at the tip of the blade that is missing.
A common issue with the inferior blades sold at unsavory street markets. Criminals who use them regularly leave the tips lodged in their victims' bones.
And what of this particular knife?
No doubt its tip has suffered a similar fate, now languishing somewhere near the spine of the victim.
Objection!
Nope.
No, that's not the case. The tip of this particular knife's blade is the very fragment of metal we've discovered in the chamber of Mr. Garrideb's pipe.
Alright, so obviously, I'm like, this is taking forever. This is weird. Why would the tip be in the pipe and then the knife made its way outside still?
I think it's just the idea is that, like, she throws it at him.
It
He's,
hits
like,
the
at
pipe.
His head,
Yeah.
right? He's smoking. It hits the pipe. The pipe goes flying. Like, he drops the pipe and it breaks also. But, like, when this, like...
It ricochets into the window, I
it
guess.
ricochets, yeah. Ricochets to the window. Bounces off the pipe, hits the window, falls down. Pipe falls out of his hand. It breaks with the tip inside of it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ugh. He's been hit!
Good grief. Lord Van Zeeks!
I don't believe it. The knife from the crime scene and this fragment of metal are a perfect match!
Good. Good. Golly God! Order! 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 Is this some sort of Eastern sorcery?
Yes! Yes!
Thing?
Bring up the magic!
Think of the racism.
This is no magic, my lord. This is a miracle.
A miracle.
So Van Zeek.
So-
oh, sorry. I'm
Van Zeeks
just.
figured it out, has he? Counsel, explain this extraordinary coincidence at once. Yes, my lord. The crucial point we have to ask ourselves here is when did the fragment of metal find its way inside Mr. Ghirardeb's pipe?
Something that was clarified for us in the most recent witness testimony. Had this thing in my hand as usual at the time of the onslaught. Knocked it clean out with one of her soft projectiles, she did, yes. It would never have been sent flying unless it was hit by something pretty solid. Oh, dearie me.
During the argument between these two that occurred just as the victim was on the pavement below, Mrs. Ghirardeb flung this knife at her husband. However, the knife missed Mr. Ghirardeb, instead striking the pipe in his hand at the time.
Right, like he's throwing his hands up in defense, he's got the pipe in his hand.
Yeah.
Makes sense. Which caused the tip to break off. Of course. Ugh.
Good lord! You're just like me with the Japanese. Yes. And this is when the tiny tip of the blade found its way inside Mr. Ghirardeb's pipe.
The chances of that are 1,000,001! 1,000,000 to 1!
And yet, there's no other credible explanation for how the tip of the blade ended up in your pipe. Then, after losing its tip, the knife ricocheted off the pipe and flew out of the open window. In short, this knife, which fell from the window of the Ghirardeb's house, is the very same knife that struck the victim in the middle of the back on the street below.
Oh, gosh, oh dear, oh!
No! Oh my god, the
Box.
The fucking box, it is like you can see his boxers because of the burns. A full-bodied theory. I'll give you that. You gotta have something good here, buddy.
It's not over.
A complex bouquet of seemingly trivial points, plausibly arranged to create an almost passable vintage. I smacked my teeth on the mic, getting ready to say that complex. Allow me to toast my learned friend's characteristically Nipponese approach to bottling his argument.
Sorry?
But after all, it is just a theory. The bottle, I fear, is corked. Because you see... It's spoilt by the insurmountable inconsistency.
Insurmountable? What? Lord Van Zeeks, explain yourself! What is this inconsistency you claim to have identified?
An inconsistency of the simplest nature, my lord, though you may all find it quite complex! The victim was found with the knife planted in the middle of her back.
In her... Ah!
Oh! That's right! You silly little man! Now, Joan, old thing, what are you getting so excited about? Let us consider the basic facts of the case once more. The victim was walking along the pavement before being stabbed in the back and falling to the ground. If the knife that struck her had fallen from above, there's no possible way it could have planted itself into the victim's back.
Yeah! Bent over to pick up a book. Fuck you, die.
He bent over to pick up the book.
Order. Order.
Quite right, you see, that's exactly right! If the knife had fallen on her from above, she would be dead! Would have struck her on the top of her head!
Well,
Actually, should be. I'm curious how this knife actually managed. Oh no, I don't know if it would. Skull's pretty tough. Like that's. I don't know if it's getting in there at that point. It would hurt.
yeah, I mean, it's falling
you're
from,
gonna
like,
get-
obviously, like, the tip's missing, but it's falling from a 3-story building, and it didn't kill her. Like, it's not like it
didn't kill
fell
her,
in
no.
there and killed her, right?
But
Like, it's just,
there's more like
Yeah.
soft tissue to collide with, and on her back.
no, for sure, for sure.
She's fat too, so it's like.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Anyway.
He's lost for words. Look, I knew it. I knew I liked it.
I don't know though. What really did happen? And anyway, my grandson the other day.
It would appear the defense has made a rather spectacular blunder.
If a theory has even one inconsistency, it cannot stand. Your theory, my learned friend, is history. Oh, here we go. This is where he becomes his strongest.
We were so close. I could see the truth. I was so sure we were on the right track. And now the way has been blocked completely by just one simple inconsistency.
Or in
In
other
other
words, we simply need to eliminate that one inconsistency and the theory will stand.
Mr.
She's a
Sato!
mind reader. You mustn't worry, Mr. Naruhodo. You were just caught off guard, that's all. And your mind went blank. But if the path you were on is indeed correct, then a way will present itself. The key to this is in the court record, I'm sure. All the information you need is there. It seems you have nothing to say, my Nipponese friend. Well, your silence speaks volumes. A tacit acceptance that your theory is fatally flawed.
Objection!
This inconsistency doesn't mean I was the wrong.
I didn't hit anything.
It means that I need to sharpen my mind and dig deeper for the truth. It's a test. Yes.
Yes!
If the knife fell on the victim from above, there's no way that it could have hit her in the middle of her back. Under normal circumstances, that is.
What are you implying?
Counsel, there is a piece of evidence in the court record that can explain this inconsistency. That can explain how the knife that fell from above could have pierced the victim's back.
I'm going with photo of her holding the book.
We already have the answer.
Goodness! Utter madness.
Surely this must be the last time. Counsel, present the evidence of which you speak. This is the last inconsistency. The final piece in the puzzle. If I can successfully make sense of this, the truth will be laid bare at last. The evidence that explains how the falling knife became lodged in the victim's back is...
I think it needs to be the photo of her gripping it.
Yeah.
And not
think
the
that's
book
fair.
itself.
Take that!
Yep, we're good.
This, the fourth book, found at the scene. This is the final piece of evidence the defense will present.
That's getting turned up. The burnt book.
Is that not Mr. Garrideb's book? Yes. And to understand its significance, we have to consider how it came to be at the scene in the first place. This photographic print clearly shows the book in question, and the victim holding it in her hand.
But as we all now know, it was the police constable that put the book between her fingers like that.
Quite so. As part of his wholesale transplanting of the crime scene to the opposite side of the road.
Exactly.
That's true. However, as part of his testimony, Constable Beate made an extremely enlightening statement on that point. But what made you place that book in the victim's hand? Oh, well, sir, that's because that's how I found it. When we first ran over to the scene, the victim was already holding the book. So, when I moved everything, I made sure it was still in her hand. In other words, the victim had already picked the book up of her own volition.
Already picked the book up.
And clearly, that must have been before she suffered the knife wound. Well, I should say so. After being attacked with a knife, I don't imagine she'd have been doing much of anything. So, the question becomes, why did the victim have that book in her hand?
By Jingo. I think I'm beginning to see what may have happened now.
Oh, dearie me! We're so fucked!
We know that the book fell from the top floor of the Garrideb household onto the pavement below, at precisely the moment that the victim was walking past.
Yes, at exactly that moment. The young woman was walking along the street in the light fog, when all of a sudden, a book fell right in front of her.
Book I threw!
Yes, Mrs. Garrideb. What do you think the woman did?
What do you think any of us would do?
What would any of us do? If you were walking along and suddenly, a book landed in front of you on the pavement.
Well, I really can't imagine it, but I suppose she might have reached down
Whoa.
and picked the book up.
Reminds me
Yes.
of that fucking image of the slutty looking woman picking up a book and walking along. And then there's the opposite one where it's picking up the Wonder Bread.
Yeah.
Fuck,
Yes.
dude.
That is exactly what the woman in fact did. She picked up the book.
Oh, heavens!
And when the woman reached down to pick the fallen book up, what position would her back have been in? That's right. Facing the sky. Completely and utterly defenseless. Then, in the very next moment, while the woman was still bent over picking up the book, the next object fell from the room above. The jackknife. Straight into the middle of her back. And at the same time, walking by chance directly behind Miss Green, was the defendant, Mr. Soseki Natsume. Well, I never. It appeared to Mr. Natsume that the woman simply collapsed on the floor. In the dark and the fog, he didn't see the knife falling on her from above.
And from the other direction, the constable and his wife saw no one but the victim and her apparent attacker.
So, there never was a real culprit to run from the scene in the first place. No, this was nothing more than a series of unlikely events that culminated in an unfortunate accident. And that is the real truth behind this case. Well, Mr. and Mrs. Garadeb?
Oh. Very first time you showed me that knife, I had my suspicions. I wondered if perhaps it might have been something like that.
There, old bean. Oh, poor Mrs. Garadeb.
Of course, I never meant for anything of the sort to happen, but it was all my fault, wasn't it? I take full responsibility. I let my anger get the better of me. I threw that book, and I threw the knife as well. John, dear.
It's all right. I know.
I'm ever so sorry. Truly. I'm sorry!
Knife falls on her.
Oh. Ah! Ah!
Fight. He's going down.
So, guilty verdict then, everyone?
Lord Van Zeeks, what news of Mrs. Garadeb?
She's been taken to the infirmary. It would seem that today's events had left her in an especially flustered state. However, I believe she will recover in due course. There is no cause for concern.
Yes, unbeknownst to themselves, they caused what could easily have been a terrible tragedy. They shall have to prepare themselves for the consequences of their actions.
There is some good news, however, my lord. I have just had word from the hospital where the victim is being treated. Her condition is improving steadily, and the doctor believes she will regain consciousness soon.
Strange. We've been talking about the victim all this time. We've never once met her.
How wonderful! The woman is out of danger, it seems.
Yes, that is good news. So, Mr. Soseki Natsume.
Yes!
On behalf of my fellow countrymen, I would like to take this opportunity to beg your pardon, sir. You came from your distant eastern homeland to study our great British culture. And we have been repaid and have been repaid with immeasurable unkindness. Please accept our heartfelt apologies.
No. It's me who should be begging your pardon. Oh no.
Mr. Natsume,
That evening, when the young woman just collapsed on the pavement before my eyes, I jumped to the wrong conclusion again in my confusion.
What conclusion, sir?
I was sure that the woman was dead. Yes, Constable Beate said the same thing, didn't he? He thought she had been killed too.
I suppose she must have looked completely lifeless.
It's been about a year since I arrived in Great Britain now, but I still can't get used to life here. I can't relax. I'm sure there are evil spirits lurking in the fog, like they're haunting me. Uh-oh.
Poor Soseki-san. His imagination really has got the better of him.
Yes, poor man. So when it happened, I thought the young woman had been taken by the fog spirits. I should never have dropped my books like that and run away. I should have called for help, for a doctor, for the police! Instead, I've managed to create a rift in the relationship of trust between our two empires. And for that, I am truly sorry. He is short. Mr. Garadeb took over there.
Oh, that's funny.
He's in the juror's seat now.
One could indeed say that some sort of mischievous spirit has been at work here, I think. One that created a chain of unfortunate mishaps.
All right. So next case, right? That all of this is turned into it was actually on purpose, and then you have the greatest case in the series, right?
Yeah. We were befooled by this spirit and led to false conclusions. But thanks to Lord Van Zeeks and our young lawyer here from the east.
Zeeks didn't help, I'll be honest. I don't think you need to credit him.
That chain has now been broken. The spirit exorcised. I heartily commend you both. Oh. Still gotta kill Natsume.
Yeah, he's not done yet.
Now then, ladies and gentlemen of the jury.
Yes, my lord.
In concluding this trial, I must ask one last time for your decision regarding the defendant's culpability. Are you ready to present your findings to the court?
As the foreman of this jury, I can assure you we've reached a fair and just conclusion.
I do declare the truth can be extremely cruel at times. Well, I didn't suspect the woman next to me, that's for sure.
Sitting in for the old bean while she's out of action, you know, but I know that I know what her decision would be. Is this legal? Does this mean I'll finally be able to get out of here and start work? Well, it's about time. It's still guilty.
I'll have a corker of a story to tell the grandchildren when I get home, won't I? Very well. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I hereby demand your final decisions. Mr. Foreman.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
We've done it, chat. We made it through one of the worst fucking cases in this series.
Very well, Mr. Soseki Natsume. I hereby pronounce you
Crazy as fuck.
man and wife. Wait, no, not guilty.
Wait, no, man and wife makes sense. That was the theming of the case.
Yeah, it was the beginning of the case. Cat boy.
Yeah, boy and rat.
And finally, Mr. Natsume.
What? Yes, Lord Sir.
You are now a free man once more. It is my hope that you will continue to further your education in British culture.
Yeah, no, the moral of the story is don't get married, it seems. That's all I can think of to take away from this.
And may you never again be brought before me.
And may you never again be brought before me. Oh yes, sir, of course. On my life, I swear I'll never set foot in a courtroom again. I'm transported to tears. Love this guy.
Thank you, consuls. Court is adjourned.
Woo!
Fuck, dude, we started the stream today. And
Okay,
like we've done 2 hours. We'll be starting the next case tonight. We'll see the start of it at the very least.
We've hit the fucking valley, everyone.
Yeah.
We know what the bottom looks like, finally.
Yeah. Holy shit, dude.
Oh my god. Like, I'll give it credit. How many... Okay, we had like evil murder, right? Into tragic occurrence. Real tragic, right? Into unresolved, effectively, right?
Mystery.
Like, a guy died, but, our fucking defendant died before we can know the truth about it. Into a series of unfortunate events, you know, like the book.
Yeah, like the book.
Like the book series. They're British in that, right?
Yes.
I'm going with yes. And if they're not, I'm going with yes.
Yes, no, they're
So,
British. They're British.
this has been cool. I appreciate that. This case sucked ass. This is possibly the worst pacing in the series.
No, this was pretty
Like I said, I'd rather watch the Lammy Roar video 50 more times than this shit. Nothing's really been, like, challenging to think about is the problem. This has been, like, overly brain dead. Because usually in these games, like, the prosecutor knows, or your assistant knows, right? Or, like, there are people that are, like, you know, playing the game here. Everyone's just fucking stupid. Which, hey, I get it, 1900s. Lower average IQ, I get it. It's a theming thing. But, damn. This one was a fucking doozy.
Yeah, so, like, some fun characters for sure. Good times were had, no, like, because it's, like, even talking about the scenario isn't, like, super interesting.
I'm not jazzed about anything happening. Like,
yeah,
there was no moment where it's like, holy fucking shit, what? It was just like it morphed into an accident, and it's like, oh, okay, but like there was no gravity.
So, but here's the other thing. Half of the argument, went out the window, and they never came back around to it. Mr. Natsume, like, as far as I'm aware, they never clarify whether or not he went down Briar Road or the long way.
Oh my god.
He, like, because initially it's like, oh, the road was closed, and he saw Juror 6. But at the end, there was, no, they make it seem like he did see her. In fact, we know he had to, because fucking Rolly and Pat saw him.
Yeah.
So
we spent 4 hours talking about shit we didn't need to talk about.
Right, so the whole thing about the other street was literally not true, and the answer, I guess, is he did jump over the manhole?
Yes, and he was on the other side of the road, too. He was never even walking down that part of the road.
Yeah, so, like, all of that, the whole fucking the starting argument, and, like, it's not even that it didn't come back around to it, they didn't finish it. It was never like,
and we never got Natsume's side of stuff. You usually get the defendant's side of stuff at some point.
Yeah, it was.
This one was
right, because, like,
experimental and it failed.
Yeah,
and also I think it was just wasn't it. All right.
Yeah.
Oh, Mr. Lowcome. This case was obviously made bad on purpose to make sure you feel how good the next one is. Okay. No, like I hear this next case is good, and I'm sure it's gonna be. Like the final cases are usually the more standout cases.
But this is also the penultimate fucking case.
Right. But this whole game has been a fucking tutorial. Like Wonton said it good. This game feels like it's been 4 fucking tutorial cases at this point.
Yeah, and
we never got our feet on the ground in this game. It feels like we have just been fighting nonstop. Fuck. All right.
Wait, you mean me?
Of course. Is there another locum here?
Is there even one?
Compared to the original locum student, Mr. Naruhodo Esquire, your name has become rather short, hasn't it?
What's wrong with using my actual name?
Oh, at last I'm free! I'm free! Joyful, joyous, jubilant jubilation! Heady, hearty happiness, hurrah! Oh, I am pleased! Mr. Natsume is delighted.
Would it be so hard just to say that then?
How come? You did it! You saved me from the brink!
Well, what happened to the poor woman was in no way your fault after all. I'm just glad everyone can see that now.
No, 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 not that! Lovely loyal locum lawyer!
Yes?
I mean, as I said before, I have just never got used to life here in Great Britain. Every time I look over my shoulder, I see foreigners. I see towering brick buildings. And from high up windows, I see them looking down on me, laughing. Look at that little hunchback. Oh dear. I'm sure it's all in your head, Mr. Natsume. But today, you locum lawyer gave my gloom the boot. You stood firm behind that baronial bench before all those babbling British. You battled to the bitter end, laying bare the baffling truth. And when I beheld the blinding fireworks among the beams of the Bailey's roof, I bellowed. Behold, the best barrister ever born!
Well, that's very flattering. And we're very pleased for you.
This has given me a wonderful anecdote to recount to my old friends back in Japan.
And an anecdote? Is that what's to become of all my hard work? Male? Strong heart?
My dear fellows. I'm,
Garadeb?
Gregson? Ah!
My fucking god!
Right, he's the one that says that. I apologize for keeping you waiting. I rose late this morning.
Oh, like he was gonna. Oh no! Fuck off!
Don't, Mr. Sholmes, please don't do this to us.
He's gonna be like, I'm here to testify on the fact that Natsume was innocent, and here's what happened.
Everyone will believe me. Oh, Mr. Sholmes, what a pleasure to see you. Ha! I see. I am here not a moment too soon. A disaster has been averted, I'm glad to say. Oh. The trial shall begin presently, Mr. Naruhodo. I wish you the very best of luck.
I'm gonna kill him. It's just finished.
Do I kill him or fuck him? I'm not sure. What? No! Then my haste was in vain! Oh! I'm gonna die. It's you! Herlock Sholmes! You've heard of me. Oh, have we met, sir? This is Mr. Natsume. The man you had arrested, Mr. Sholmes. Ah, I see. I failed to recognize you at first. Our previous encounters have taken place in the gloom. Either of your bleak lodgings or that prison cell. I simply couldn't place that curious face in the light.
Charming.
This is all your fault, Erlock Sholmes. You're the reason I had to go through this terrible ordeal. I'm going to give you a piece of my mind. My apologies, sir, but I assure you, I have placed you now. You're the fellow who abandoned that poor young lady and ran off, are you not? Had she been taken to hospital more urgently, I feel perhaps she would have regained consciousness by now. But it was unavoidable, I'm sure. We are but human after all. Anyone would have been shaken by such an experience. Dude, his fucking hand.
Got it.
Got him. I do feel very badly about how I behaved. Well, never mind. Now then, what was it that you wanted to say to me, sir? Nothing. Oh, that's what I fucking thought. Priceless. Oh, I am sorry, really, but that was quite priceless.
Poor Soseki-san.
I do love this pose.
This one's amazing.
The head turn into the freeze. Still, on the bright side, you've had an extremely entertaining experience without paying a penny. And it would seem you were not even found guilty. But there is no bright side. Whatever do you mean, Mr. Natsume? Even after this, I'm still cursed by the spirits, and now by the Reaper! Ah, yes. Van Zeeks has to kill you. I haven't forgotten, you know, what facing that man in court means. Even if you're found not guilty, you're still doomed! There it is.
He's cooking. Again, referencing the 2016 cat gif.
Not the current craze of using this as an all-encompassing term of anyone doing anything.
The cat gifs doubly works because he's a cat guy.
Yeah. It'll be all right, Mr. Natsume. If the Reaper appears trying to make trouble, I will protect you. Hiya! Oh! With a perfectly executed Susato takedown, he would come instantly. Zeeks would die ejaculating infinitely if this woman ever touched him, let alone through him.
Much as I like being turned on my head, a bit of warning might be nice next time, Mr. Sato.
Julian special.
Right.
Drop your weapon.
You're surrounded. That didn't kill you. Throws you.
Mr. Natsume, what do you intend to do now? You mentioned something about recounting your experiences to your friends back in Japan?
Oh yes, my friend John H. Wilson. He's about to say that.
He killed that guy.
Yes! I intend to return to my homeland soon. Oh. It's already been a year since I arrived here in Great Britain. I've visited universities, libraries, bookshops. I've been honored with the tutelage of professors. I've learned so much about the wealth of literature here, and the city it has shaped. And I've come to realize that it is my calling to sail home and tell my fellow countrymen about it. That's very touching, Mr. Natsume. Or, in perhaps less veiled terms, you wish to withdraw halfway around the world to escape the terror of the Reaper's curse? That's not it at all! The more I learn of literature, the more this strange feeling claws at my insides. I feel compelled to return to my roots and attempt to pen a work of my own.
Oh, Naruhodo. A work of literature by Soseki-san. Could be an interesting read.
And what about Miss Susato and yourself, Mr. Naruhodo?
Sorry. What about us?
When's the wedding? Will you return to Japan alongside your mustached compatriot?
Why would we?
We've been here for 2 days! A week has not yet passed since we arrived in London. And I haven't been accused of a murder yet, which is very unlikely considering the kind of character I'm replacing. And only now does it feel as though we have finally found our feet. And you are accommodated in a hotel at present, are you not?
That's right. But we need to find lodgings before it bankrupts us. Moving with shloms.
I've calculated we can only afford another 10 nights before our entire budget is exhausted. Also, wait, Mr. Naruhodo, are we getting paid for this? Oh, fuck.
Hey, Natsume, did we get paid for this?
Well then, you could take my lodgings.
Oh, sure. Oh, the windowless room.
But what it lacks in windows, it more than makes up with a floor, a ceiling, and walls.
Fuck yeah. Great.
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 And of course, I'd be happy to leave behind the accursed evil spirit. Oh my, an evil spirit.
Not the cat?
Yeah, can we have the cat? Oh yes. It tries to suffocate you while you sleep.
Yeah.
It's an infallible wake-up call.
We'll think about it. If that's alright.
Huh. Perhaps I can offer a more welcome alternative? Would you consider taking lodgings with me?
Yes!
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Really?
Zinx is around the corner. He was about to offer us to live with them, and he's like, fuck!
He's crying.
He's crying.
He's drinking the whole bottle. It's not even in the glass.
He's like, damn
There's
it!
the mega pint right now, bro.
Yeah. Well, a vacancy has conveniently presented itself.
Because you killed John.
Though it is up in the attic, I might add.
Are you sure it isn't just a storage loft?
I spoke with the landlady this morning on the matter of price, and Iris is cleaning the room as we speak. You must come at once. I presume you have no luggage to speak of.
Yeah, it all got stolen.
Yeah. Oh, this is simply wonderful. What an honor to be invited to take lodgings in the great detective's detective's office's attic. I'm too overcome for words. Collapses.
So, suggesting we look elsewhere is out then.
Then it's settled. Iris will prepare a welcome dinner this evening. And you must come too, Mr. Natsume. I insist! I don't know what to say, but thank you and yes! Wonderful! Then I'll go and complete the paperwork for your formal release, Mr. Natsume. I shan't take long.
It's kind of funny how they make the Soseki shit like more positive. Because in reality, he was like, the 2 years I spent in London were the most unpleasant years of my life, and I do not ever wish to go back there.
Yeah.
Somebody's happy.
They gotta. I mean, he's getting the fuck out of here still.
Oh yeah, he is definitely
Low com.
Mr. Low Com.
I knew that you wouldn't let me down. I'm truly delighted to have met you here in London.
Likewise, Mr. Natsume. It's been a privilege meeting you two. It's a shame that we're going to have to say goodbye so soon.
Well, I've come to realize that I belong in Japan. But Locum, we'll meet again one day.
Yes, I'm sure. And hopefully by then, I'll be a successful lawyer.
Yeah, you're not one yet. You've only had the most.
Undefeated.
You're undefeated against a man who is a fucking
Also
is
undefeated.
notorious in these courtrooms, and you have also dredged up ancient court tech that has never been seen before, and you have had the most ludicrous cases ever. You've got like 9 or 10 of those you still got to do. So yeah, hopefully by then I'll be a successful author. Well, my dear fellow, our carriage appears to have arrived. Shall we go, Mr. Naruhodo? You're my best friend now, by the way.
Yes, Mr. Sholmes.
Great! I've little doubt Mr. Natsume will be released in time for dinner this evening. But I invited him anyway.
And so, with Soseki-san's innocence successfully established,
We've made it out of this dog shit case.
we rode with Mr. Sholmes to what was to become our new home, 221B, Baker Street.
But Baker Street. We got some extra credit here. Alright.
Oh.
It's pretty nice! It's huge!
So this.
It's to be our new office, yes!
Our office. I really like the sound of that.
We need a plant.
Oh my god, we need a fucking plant.
We need a plant, like, now. Me too. It's simply wonderful, isn't it?
I hope you can see this, Kazuma. It's only a small step. But I'd like to think we're getting a little closer to your dream now.
Whatever the fuck it is. So, my dear fellows, do you like the place?
Holy shit!
Oh
my god!
Oh
I can't
no,
not fuck him.
he's
Oh
hot!
my god.
Oh
fuck me,
no,
man.
he's hot!
Oh, fuck me, man.
Oh, fuck.
Bugger. Bloody hell.
Oh
Come on.
no, he's hot!
Mr. Sholmes.
Mr. Naruhodo had no chance.
Yes, thank you so much. Holy fuck.
Damn. It's a delightful room, Mr. Sholmes. I simply adore it. Good, I'm pleased to hear it. Iris and I are delighted to welcome you. I hope everyone's hungry. It's nearly time for dinner. Well, eat as soon as Mr. Natsume arrives. We have a lot to celebrate. Iris, you must let me help you. All right then, Sussy. You can be in charge of the salad. Splendid. Oh my god.
Oh, he's gonna take us now. Now that they're gone.
Do I have him without his gear on? So, Mr. Naruhodo, how does it feel?
Oh, Jesus.
To have your own office in the capital?
It's very exciting, actually.
Yeah, I'm sure it is.
I can't help wondering what adventures await us.
That's right, because that's the name of the game, my dear sir. Those were precisely my sentiments when I first established my office at these premises. Until I discovered the dark truth about the city of London, that is.
Sorry.
I found out that everyone here
Is British.
is British. London is a glorious place, full of wonder, opportunity, prosperity, and mirth. But the brightest of lights cast the darkest shadows.
Shadows?
Wordplay.
What do you mean?
Well, I believe you're well aware of the murkiness that lies beyond London's facade already. So once again, Mr. Naruhodo, welcome to London. 40-hour tutorial. 40-hour prologue.
That's pretty much how that
Honestly,
game
kind of
goes.
fucking weird, but that is what they're like
It
presenting
is
us with.
what this game has felt like the whole time.
The next case is a doozy. So like everything else is just like felt.
We gotta
Yeah,
get him there
horrible.
somehow.
Yeah,
we
yeah.
gotta get him there. Well,
Yeah.
Of course, at the time, I had no idea of the significance of those words. Mr. Sholmes so casually spoke. But it wasn't long before my turn came. To lift the facade and see the true depth of the murk that lay behind it.
oh, landed in London. That's the achievement's name.
London, holy fucking shit! The tutorial's over.
All right, not
We
bad.
finally
not
start the
bad.
game.
Not bad, everyone. Not bad.
The
Adventures
adventure
of the unspeakable story.
Unspeakable story.
Uh,
But where was the Kokoro?
my heart can't not able to take how shit it was.
Like, I get that Kokoro was a book that Natsume wrote, but where was the Kokoro in this case? The Hound of Baskervilles. A hound it was. But not such a hound as any mortal has ever seen.
Size globe with a smoldering glare. The whole of its ox-sized body was outlined in white-hot flames. Well, that's for next time. Whew. Alright. Finally, it only took 8 fucking streams. This, I think of most of the stream series that we do, I always have a good idea, like an internalization, I should say, of how far we are stream number wise. In accordance with what we're talking about here, I feel like we're on episode 3. We're 8 streams into this, but like I type 8 and I'm like, what do you mean we've done 8 of these fucking streams? Now, mind you, I have been out of breath for most of them, which is not helping with my ability to remember anything. And also, you know, some of this happened. Some of that happened, so but we can finally start the goodies next time. So we'll see you all then. Later, guys.
Later.